Wow. I mean, hello everyone. Sorry for the wait. There were camera issues. There were camera issues. There were camera issues. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's actually continue because wait, I put restroom rather than load. Oh, I fucked up. I wasn't. No. Oh wait, it started me from my save file. Okay, we're good. I thought you were gonna start me from the autosave. I had a moment. Oh wait, this is not. Oh, we're gonna have to wait to get to the cats again. Sorry, it's just cats. I love them. I wish they were real. Okay. Here are the details of tonight's special report. Christmas Eve is drawing near. Oh no, it's time for another Yakuza plot, and preparations are already underway. Among one of the most anticipated events this year is, of course, this very untraditional Onion Christmas Parade. This year's parade in particular has attracted worldwide attention due to the participation of very important political summit members. It is shaping up to be the biggest and most record-shattering Christmas parade yet. The departments in charge have said they will do their very best to ensure it will be a peaceful parade that everybody can enjoy. Much effort is being put into keeping the streets safe. Me looking at the delinquent chapter last time, and the horrors happening, and people turning into cats. I mean, the people turning into cats is probably the least problematic situation, all things considered, but it's not good either. Huh, same as every year. This night is a particularly lonely one. Entering a new millennium, the feeling of melancholia is especially strong tonight. It's too quiet. It's quiet. Too quiet. Without an echo around, it feels as if the whole building has come to an abrupt standstill. Usually she livens up the place. As the ironic cherry on top, 4 stray cats seem to have decided to settle into the storage room. I don't know whether that is making me sad or happy, but I guess for now, I should appreciate the company. It's quite strange how they seem to be traveling in a pack. Stray cats are usually loaders. They're all very different. One's small, one's thin, one's fat, and one's unusually large. What are you implying with the fat comment? They all seem to have come from the same household, which makes it even weirder that they bonded in such a way. I wouldn't complain if they were only here for the food. I have some ham sausages in reserve that cats love, but these pesky fellas keep sniffing all around my desk and they just won't stop stepping on everything. It's cold-hearted, but what other choice do I have but to chase them away? It still makes me feel bad, and chasing them away left its marks on me. Why are those stray cats so interested in my maps? Sweetie, I don't know how to tell you this, but every single person that you know has become a cat. Well, 50% of all the people you know have become cats. I gently wipe the bloody claw marks on the back of my hands down with disinfectant. Scarlet would probably handle something like this a lot better than me. Speaking of, no messages? No messages. God damn it. What's on TV? There's some local news on TV. What they tell you on TV is always the same old boring stuff. It's the things they don't show on TV that are quietly changing in the background, unnoticed by everyone. No matter how hard they try to hide it, you can still spot things like these by reading between the lines. After all, even the most ignorant people have a hard time blindly ignoring what's right in front of them. Even though the general public just wants daily monotony and routine, the secrets of this world are hidden all around us, permeating our daily life and seeping into it like poison. You know, the real horrors are politics. Like, real... You talk. Like, the real horrors... Politics. Let's see. Major plane crash. A Boeing airliner crashing Southeast Asia, killing all 162 passengers on. All these words are going on, those mysterious accidents. Look, it's a Boeing airliner. That's not mysterious. They just don't put money into their planes anymore, and their construction is shit, and they break all the time. Not towards it all somehow, but why? Because you're cursed, probably. Like, I hate to say it, but it's a little on point that they choose a Boeing airliner. I mean, I'm sure that is an actual case that I just forgot because it's from 2017 and my memory barely covers like 2 years of time on a good day. But also, okay, major plane crash, yeah, same as before. Immediately after it was confirmed that the plane had gone missing, the Indonesian military launched a large-scale search and rescue operation. 162 passengers and crew members were on board flight JK350, including 152 adult passengers, 3 children, one infant, 1 pilot, and 5 flight attendants. Yeah, actually, I think I vaguely remember this incident. A spokesman for the Bureau of Search and Rescue confirmed that the airline crashed into the ocean. First estimate points to nobody having survived the crash, and various remains have already been located. The crew of the Search and Rescue Bureau reported that the wreckage of flight JK350 was found in the waters near Manila. A large number of mobile phones, purses, life jackets, and other items were found floating near the wreckage and the surrounding area. The huge search radius makes it very hard to find all the scattered evidence. Due to the sudden, unexpected nature of the incident, our embassy is currently in the process of checking with Indonesia to see if there were any Chinese tourists on board of the flight, and will follow with a corresponding announcement as soon as more is known. The aircraft involved in this case was Sonic 767 MAX 8. The aircraft was delivered on August 13 of this year and had only been in use for 3 months. Crashes always reflect badly on the airline companies, especially those involving new planes. It is a sign to potential customers that there might be bigger problems going on in the background, and the trust in the airline's competence is shattered. Unless the company kills all of the whistleblowers that come out saying that they've been shady and not properly caring for their planes. Teehee. The question that remains is, should you upgrade your insurance if you plan on taking a trip to Thailand this year? Actually, it's not Thailand's issue, it's Boeing issue. Another one, just how many planes have crashed in Southeast Asia over the years? I don't think a better insurance will help here, to BH. Who even wants to travel by plane anymore? It's like signing your own death certificate these days. For the flight and get a free burial at sea included. Damn. And there's some penalty for such accidents. How can it be that all these official organizations suddenly start playing down when lives are at stake? Oh no, it's Boeing. They have a lot of money. They're willing to kill whistleblowers. You know. They're probably just giving up on trying to fix the underlying technical problems. Those small foreign airlines operate on such small budgets that sadly safety is of zero concern to them. These companies start flights during a typhoon warning and make landings in the middle of storms like this, and like that's the norm. There's something shady going on here. What sounds like science fiction? Lots of wild theories have been sparked over the years as far as that is concerned, including a popular one involving the Bermuda Triangle and a crashed medium-sized airliner. It wasn't covering the news all that much because few people died, seeing as the plane was just doing a test flight without any passengers aboard. Ever since that crash, other planes passing over the alleged crash site have regularly reported disturbances, such as their navigational instruments malfunctioning. Luckily, these days navigation works via satellite, and it's a surefire way to stay on the right flight path and maintain the appropriate altitude. But it really makes you think, doesn't it? Really makes you think. Concerning. So far, nothing has been found on there as far as I'm aware. And you think this case was similar? Not sure, we can all tell unless an official flight record is made public. The site I usually browse when it comes to this kind of stuff doesn't have any information on this one. Seems sketchy. It would be so interesting to dig around the Bermuda Triangle. Just imagine, as long as it's not some sort of hidden alien base or gateway to hell or something. How long has the Bermuda Triangle been active anyway? Is it man-made? Guys, the Bermuda Triangle isn't real. Well, it is real in the sense that it exists, but there's nothing there. It's fine, there's nothing there. Super blue blood moon will soon appear in the sky. According to media reports, astronomy enthusiasts are in for a rare spectacle on the 31st of November. The super blue blood moon. What? So what is it exactly? Let's split that name up and look at each word separately. A supermoon occurs when the full moon is at its near point in Earth's orbit, also called perigee. Blue moon refers to the second full moon in a calendar month, and the phenomenon called blood moon usually occurs during a total lunar eclipse. The super blue blood moon will occur in North America, Australia, the Middle East, Asia, and parts of Russia. Never in South America because fuck us, we never get any cool shit. Moon blogger Gordon Johnson said the West Coast, Alaska, and Hawaii will have clear skies, making the whole unique spectacle visible from beginning to end. But keen observers in these areas will need to get up early. People who live in other regions or in places where the weather isn't playing along can watch the whole thing live on NASA TV. The Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles will also be showing a live feed on their website. And list of places, including smaller ones where it's gonna be visible. What about Rome? Can you see it from there? It doesn't say Italy. Blue Moon Rising.jpg. Come on, dude. So, is it a blue moon or a blood moon? I don't get it. If it's a blue moon, isn't that just the second full moon? What's that blue moon game called again? Too lazy to look it up. It's mostly known because of its ads. I'm sure you've seen them. Quite a few celebs endorse it. The ads play before gaming related YouTube videos nearly all the time. I feel like I should be aware of this reference because it feels familiar. Oh, but I've actually played that one, guys. It's pretty cool for what it is, especially compared to other games like that. Goddamn mobile gamers. Let's see. And a mysterious dream should have looked directly at that monster. Guys, I brought some of the stories and posts onto the mystery horror board yesterday. Bad idea in retrospect. Absolutely ruined my night. I had some way too vivid nightmares. Obviously because the internet's at fault and I'm blaming you all. Joke. Allow me to share. So here it is. In the dream, me and a group of others are hiking through a pretty nice forest, taking in some of the sights nature has to offer. Through dense trees, we suddenly see a tall mountain appear before us, looking quite ominous. Being the intrepid adventurers we are, we instantly agree on unanimously to climb it. It's an insanely long climb, and every single time we think we've reached the end, it's as if the mountain suddenly grows higher. Or maybe we're back at the beginning. Anyway, it takes us forever, like 1 or 2 weeks, but then we reach the top, utterly exhausted. We see an imposing altar with all kinds of offerings, bright pig feet, chicken heads, the usual stuff. You know, for an altar. A figure in black, long cloak with a hood appears, with a hood approaches us and immediately orders us to kneel down. Hi, hooded figures from Dredge. We are all blindfolded and told to pray to the god of the mountain, for we have trespassed in his kingdom. As we recite the prayers given to us by the hooded figure, we hear thunder and rain crashing down right before a voice speaks to us. It's strange, some sort of telepathy, because the voice is right inside my head. It doesn't sound human at all, but I can't define it. Strangely enough, what it tells us is still completely clear. We are to leave the mountain the way we came without taking off our rifles. In return, we'll be granted eternal life. The alternative is a violent sudden death and a descent into madness. But if you die, you cannot descend into madness. Because you're dead. And dead people cannot be mad. I know this is a dream, but still. Your dream needs more coherency. That's not coherent. At the foot of the mountain, I think to myself, who wants eternal life anyway? They're right, and take off my blindfold. Everything is just one big whirlwind of shadows, but not always pitch black. It's like a storm of thunder and colors, you know? On top of the mountain, a gigantic leviathan of a creature looms over everything, with tentacles swarming all around it. As soon as I gaze upon it, my heart stops and I suffocate. Yeah, that sounds about right. I wake up and my dorm buddy is loudly snoring next to me. That's when I realized it was all a dream, although a super messed up one. A few days later, I still feel a little unwell, so I went to the school nurse to get some medicine. They gave me something that I hope does the trick, otherwise I'll have to check in with an actual hospital. The other 2 guys in my dorm are now away for an internship, so there's not much I can do to take my mind off of feeling sick. I'm pretty much stuck here on my own. I'm not motivated to do anything, though I should really trim my beard. And my nose hair, good god. Your nose hair? Dude, it's so nasty. Why do I have to shave it? I'd much rather just stick a candle up my nose and burn it all away once and for all. No. Dude. One hair sticks out way too far, and I'm always reminded of those tentacles when I look in the mirror, and that's just on top of feeling sick all the time. Do you know how hard life is when you feel like vomiting when you see your nose in the mirror? My stomach still hurts. Children, never fuck around with your nose hair. You need that thing so you don't get sick all the time. God. Don't do this shit. I once had a disgusting dream in which I carried a cook's baby's head in my pocket. I hid from the police in a dark alley and sometimes pull it out to chew on it a little bit. When I woke up, I had a really nasty taste in my mouth for hours. Ooh. That's insane because it sounds much more realistic than my dream. Nasty. Just look at it a few more times. You'll get used to it. Sounds like someone's lost his marbles. I mean, it's a dream, come on. I mean, if he throws up at the thought, he can't have gone insane. Insane people don't worry about nose hair, that's common knowledge. You don't know that. You literally don't know that. You probably just ate something bad, lol. Check the label next time and don't eat that rancid street food that's made with gutter oil and you should be good to go. I once did a nightly movie marathon and watched a whole bunch of Cthulhu flicks in a row. Demon, aliens, all those weird deformed creatures obscured by shadow or fog. Holy moly. Anyway, when I went to bed, I had this super weird dream. I was walking through a desolate city. It wasn't really in ruins, but the buildings were angled in a way that was unnatural. Like, you know, they wouldn't still be standing if they were built like that in real life. So I gazed off into the distance. There's this purple hue around everything, and on a really tall building, so tall it looked almost like a mountain, I see this outline of an absolute enormous creature and endless tentacles whirling around. I stare at it, and suddenly one of the tentacles moves towards me. It looked super soft and squishy. I really wanted to touch it, but then it rapidly sucked me in and I was eaten. I woke up covered in sweat and with my heart pounding. Person I respect because I wanted to touch the freaky tentacle. How come the creature is always so similar even though these are different people's dreams? Because most people have like a general idea of Cthulhu. Like, most people have a general idea what Cthulhu looks like because we've all seen the drawings of Cthulhu. Like, yeah. I wonder if it's because I've been eating canteen food and cup noodles for over 10 years. I'm not eating fresh. Maybe I should eat healthier? Yes, honey. You should eat some vegetables. You probably can handle spicy food and caught a glimpse of the afterlife. Ha 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 ha. Come on. All of you are nerds. Anyway, can we go back to cats? This is the cat chapter with cats. Cat time. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Although people like to think that cats are lazy animals that sleep most of the day, that's far from true. In reality, they rarely fall asleep, they fall into a deep sleep, for they are predators by nature, always alert and ready to pounce on their prey, even when they appear to be relaxing. They are ready to attack or flee at even the slightest sign of a disturbance. To them, the unpredictable, bustling city is a reflection of their lives. Neko wakes up earlier than usual today. Sleep alone isn't enough to get rid of the heavy exhaustion or the emotional scars Scarlett's extensive pampering has caused. Along with the first ray of light comes sounds that she never paid attention to as a human. Now they are enough to get on her nerves and disturb her precious sleep. Never before have human footsteps sounded so annoyingly loud to her. The ear-shattering screech of bicycle brake is enough to make her feel like she's dying. Memories of her human life flash before her eyes, which confuses her for a moment. Back then, hearing footsteps meant someone was out and about looking for her. The thought still conjures up paranoia, an uncomfortable reminder of all the days she spent out on the streets, hiding, surviving all by herself. The memories aren't pleasant. Her fear of being alone is a thing of the past, and it has been for a while now. She's in good company. A bicycle drive past, shocking Justin half to death and startling Cecile immediately afterwards. Mom. Justin lets out a frustrated meow, causing the only cat still sleeping to roll onto its back and wiggle around. Meow. Water. No, not the water. Please, I don't want to bathe. Meow. Looks like he's caught in a water-related nightmare. Neko slaps the cat on the ground with one of her paws, even though it's nearly twice her size. Meow. Are you alright, Justin? You look a little unwell. Meow. I'm a little dizzy. Meow. I feel weird as well. It's as if I'm trapped inside an animal plushie. Meow. Really? I feel fine. Meow. It probably depends on the person. Maybe being a cat suits you. Meow meow. With a name like Neko, it should suit you the best of all people. Why do you call that anyway? Meow. As a store manager, I can't be bothered to explain it every single time someone asks. Meow. Anyway, it's time to think about our next step, guys. Meow. We need to find a way to return back to our own bodies. Meow. Look on the bright side, at least we got some cat food out of it. Meow. We should be, and I'll be the first to admit that it tasted pretty damn great. My honest reaction to that? Meow meow. I never thought I'd said this, but I agree with Zach. Let's go back and find a way to change into our old selves. Meow. Return to where everything happened, huh? That could go wrong. Meow meow meow. Maybe, but think about it from a reasonable point of view for a second. Meow 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 meow. We all passed out in the same place and we woke up as cats in the exact same spot together. Doesn't that make you wonder where our real bodies are right now and what state they're in? Meow? Meow. And you think they're still in the same spot? Meow meow. Maybe, but think about it this way. You came in there one after the other and you never noticed the unconscious body of whoever went in before you. Meow meow meow. That means someone must have moved our bodies after we passed out. I doubt any of you would have gone ahead had you seen a body laying on the ground right in front of you. You're all smarter than that, except for one obvious candidate, of course. Ah! Why are you all looking in my direction? Meow. In other words, you're worried about our exit strategy? Meow meow. Yes, although I realize it might be way too soon for that. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard when we're close to the finish line. Meow. I'm with you, so your purpose is that we return to the factory too? Meow meow. Yes, that's where, as far as we know, all our problems started. Let's tackle this directly at the source. Meow. The truth is out there somewhere. Meow. Justin mumbles incoherent cat gibberish. Justin is clearly trying to hide how nervous he really is, but his wagging tail gives it away. Neko stops looking at him and instead focuses on Zack and Cecile. Finally, she lowers her head and looks at her paws. Whatever is going on in that factory goes far beyond simple animal abduction. The 4 investigators turned cats are a prime example of that. The predicament doesn't leave them any other choice but to move forward and chase the truth. The cat-shaped truth. It's been very quiet around here lately. I wouldn't start worrying about sales numbers declining just yet. I think a more positive attitude may help improve that aspect somewhat already. I've always been of the opinion that the right state of mind can bring about change and solve many a problem. State of mind and positive aptitude, huh? That could prove to be rather problematic. After all, you are here. You always were the humorous type. Actually, it's not supposed to be a joke. This is the first day in ages with clear weather. Instead of having my friends around me to celebrate that fact, they are nowhere to be found. Because they're cats. There's no trace of them anywhere, and I'm stuck here speaking to a pretentious foreigner who always manages to get on my nerves. I take it you've been very busy lately. Frankly, I would have never expected you to know how to use a courier. It took me by surprise. I sincerely hope all the books have found their way into your hands undamaged and in pristine condition. The rough way these tactless barbarians handle packages makes me shiver at the mere thought of it. Agreed. I respect the postal service very much, but sometimes they're kind of dicks. Like, you wrap the package with like the tape that says fragile, on purpose so they know that it's fragile and they don't throw it around, and then it comes and it's all fucked up and you're like, what the fuck did I put the fragile tape on it for? It's fragile. It's a giant fragile package. God. So yeah, on the one hand, I respect and love the postal service. On the other hand, tactless barbarians. Just curious to know what they're doing, even now that the weather conditions have changed. It's not up to people like us to tell them how to do their job. But hey, the package was still completely wrapped when I got it. That means none of those tactless barbarians opened it up to take a peek. What are the odds? In a rare and unexpected gesture, he reacts to my sarcasm by shaking his head and shrugging. He wouldn't usually behave like that. If my time allows it, I still very much prefer a more direct approach, such as this. My current work assignment has been fulfilled, which means you may not have to do everything by yourself this time. That is something to be joyous about, wouldn't you say? Work? Did I hear that right? You certainly did. Make no mistake, my position is not as far above your own as you may believe. Maintaining the status quo requires great effort which I am, for personal reasons, happy to put in. What for? For my own safety? You have not forgotten about my goal, have you? I do not reply, reaching for an ancient-looking book instead. Last time I received a book from you, it attracted some unwanted attention. This place might not be as safe as you think it is, and if I'm really being watched, there would be no easy way for me to escape. I flicked through the book in my hands without looking up. This city is a mess. Strange events keep piling up, one on top of each other. Can you really be sure that your old friends don't suspect this place? They do not, as far as I know. These events you mention accumulate, causing chaos and confusion among the citizens, yet they have never upset the balance. I should be thankful to whoever is responsible for keeping them at bay. The unsung hero. It seems that there is a lingering hesitancy that has stopped from more drastic measures from being employed. It is the perfect amount of chaos. Just which Hollywood movies do you get all your villainous quotes from? It is all quite simple. The city is experiencing shifts in its equilibrium, yet from the outside all that can be seen is a raging storm. We don't just see it, we are right in the middle of it. Every other week there's some new unsettling story. The city's inhabitants are growing increasingly worried, and if this keeps up, they may all be scared away before we manage to clean up the mess. Who knows, there may be people who prefer turning a blind eye and going through life oblivious. You can keep those morbid pearls of unnecessary knowledge to yourself. Public sentiment is a difficult thing to grasp, and until the dust settles, no one knows what the people in power are really thinking. I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with the higher-ups. Who do you mean when you say unsung hero? Oh, would that not be you? My honest reaction to that. Ah, right, I have hidden superpowers that enable me to bring those criminals to justice one by one, just by sitting around in this cramped space and looking through dust-ridden ancient books. To be more precise, those criminals are facing a kind of justice much more severe than the law. Whatever, none of that has anything to do with me. My honest reaction to that. I was merely under the impression that conducting your own investigation might be the best way to go about it, especially given your unwavering curiosity. You make it sound easy. If anything, my statement emphasizes the fact that I have the utmost confidence in your abilities. Your politeness only makes me wonder even more how you're connected to this storm. Connected? There is indeed a connection, I won't dispute that, but I would very much like for that connection to be severed, preferably sooner rather than later. Huh. I share your sentiments. There may well be a connection between these series of events, however, I am sorry to admit that even I cannot see it. He has always been a worthy and pretentious fellow, but today he seems to be beating around the bush even more than usual. That could either mean he's trying to hide something, or he really doesn't know anything. Either way, he appears to be in a good mood today. You're offering me an opportunity to go outside and do some poking around, so thanks for that. At first, I thought you were only keeping me here for your own purposes, but I've discovered another reason. You probably couldn't sleep at night if there wasn't somebody like me looking after all your precious stuff. You need someone to keep an eye on it, right? After all, whatever you bring always attracts attention, mostly the unwanted kind. It is further an acknowledgement of my trust in your skills and abilities. I would be careful spouting such grandiose phrases when you yourself have been involved with those people trying to steal your valuables. My apologies. Personal matters have never been my strong suit. That's obvious. Anything else? Actually, there is. I would like to retrieve the small bell that I left in your possession. I sincerely hope you remember the particular piece I am referring to. Though I do place my trust in you, it still worries me to have it out of my sight. For a rare occasion, I can't say that I ever expected you to want something back. I was under the impression you were using me as a glorified vault to stash stuff and forget about it. It is only natural for a vault to be opened when the retrieval of an object is deemed appropriate. Do you mind telling me what's so special about that thing? I've taken a good look at it, but I couldn't find anything that stands out, apart from the fact that it's incredibly light. I am afraid that without its specialized knowledge, it is impossible to discover the mystery of this treasure. The value of knowledge is infinite, you know that. Usually, this would be the moment when you dump a dusty, thick old book or two on me and make me figure out even every painstaking detail myself. Instead of answering my question, he puts away his briefcase and looks around the store. The store seems awfully quiet. The neighbors told me that up until recently, many young faces were to be spotted here on a regular basis. Now it's my turn to answer him with silence. Tell from the neighbors. That's the lousiest excuse I've ever heard. No matter how well fed a wolf is, in the end it always longs to run back into the forest. I'm not the one causing the wind, so I damn sure won't be the one getting caught in the storm. You can't know that for sure. Are you sure you want to go down this road? Don't spit into the well if you intend to drink from it. I did not mean anything by it, of course. It was a slip of the tongue, nothing more. I am simply anxious. The burden of being mortal. I'm sure you understand. At this point, I can't expect to get any new information out of him. Anything more will just be empty phrases. I pick up the bell, which is still neatly wrapped, and hand it to him. If you have anything else to share, now would be the time to. There will be no need for that. Once the dust has settled, I have a feeling the two of us will have nothing but time. If at that point you are still in the mood to exchange stories, I would be delighted to share them with you. Magnus' reaction to that? Farewell. He leaves a lot quicker than he usually does, without any of his trademark theatrics. Hey, your briefcase! A web of loneliness sweeps over Hermitage once again. I reach out to the only companion that has never left my side. It's empty. It toss the empty packet of cigarettes straight into the trash can. Oof. As they say, oof. Okay, what's your new... Oh, I think that's a decent amount of material, actually. Waiting, migration, change some customs. Yeah, the notebook. Point line structure. Interesting. If the dates written in these notes are to be believed, this research has been conducted over the course of a century, yet the handwriting never changed. Okay, that's new, but we had read this before. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Someone is throwing stuff in the kitchen. Well, someone is using stuff in the kitchen and it's falling all over the place. I'm just gonna go through all of the books just in case. I feel like it might as well be a good plan, just go through them. At least the stuff that I already read. Just in case. Oh, after taking a careful look at the book, you can see a certain symbol. Oh, that's the same as before. It's weird that it pops that thing when you're no longer in that case. I feel like that's like like they should make it so that doesn't happen anymore. Like that's a flag. Oh, God damn it! Like that's a flag issue. Seven C's, okay. And then the Anthology of Ballads is the last one of the top. The first Cthulhu book, the second Cthulhu book, the Cat Cthulhu book. Volume 1, with this we got the last case. Volume 2, we got in the last case. Volume 3, we also had to check on the last case. Runner for Nowhere, that we had in the last case. Fate as well. It's the same as before. The creature and changing custom, we also read that. Okay, so that we checked again. Another notebook on sign. Its cover is heavy and colorful. There's a black scorch hole at the bottom, proving that it's been through a lot. The notebook that Justin found looks similar to the one Zack discovered. The notes in this one should be somewhat updated. Like the previous notes, however, it no longer encompasses a wide variety of research, but includes a detailed explanation and analysis of one ritual in particular. This ritual appears to be based on different fragments of information, and the entire notes are devoted to speculation about how to find out the missing pieces to confirm the feasibility of the experiment. Due to the lack of information, the author copied parts of other rituals to fill in the blanks. Judging from the results of this restoration, the conditions under which this ritual is to be performed are very demanding. The final description states that the ritual must be performed at unnatural heights when dark clouds obscure the sky and the stars are aligned in a certain order. In addition, the author emphasizes that without any bait, the ceremony will lose the required energy and fail. The narrator mentions the word fear, but does not elaborate on the manner in which the bait needs to be provided. The Metamorphoses. Oh, hi, Kafka. A famous novella by Kafka, which makes me confused because this book is way too thick in comparison to like most editions of the Metamorphoses. With the title printed in gold lettering. The publishing date is unknown, but the print quality is exceptional. I don't think many copies of this particular edition were made. It's one of the world's most well-known tragic stories. A once beloved family man named Gregor Samsa gets turned into an insectoid creature. His hideous new appearance and inability to support his family leads to him becoming shunned and hated, ultimately forcing him into a deep state of depression. Although this novel has already been translated some time ago, this particular translation is slightly different, sounding more stilted and occasionally containing faulty grammar. The book does not contain any information about the translator. The unknown translator of this particular version seems to have tried to make the overall appearance of the book resemble that of the original translation. Still, there are huge differences both in print quality and lettering. At the end of the book, Gregor Samsa is struck by illness and eventually dies. The translation adds a paragraph that differs from the original. His heavy body no longer caged his mind. Now at long last, the poor soul was able to return to his original appearance, unburdened by the physicality and able to face this world's hidden truth. I find that a little upsetting because, like, I get it, this is like eldritch horror bullshit, but like the Metamorphosis is kind of a giant metaphor for like capitalism and being disabled in a way, and just the general feeling of like not having an identity beyond your ability to sustain other people. Like, it feels a little like rude to just like, oh yeah, but also think about the body horror, the eldritch body horror. It's like, no, there's other stuff for eldritch body horror. Like, the metamorphosis is very poignant, especially considering Kafka was, you know, Jewish, and he's like sometimes described as a vermin. Like, there's a thing there going on, considering the time where it was written. Like, I don't know, that feels a little like the rest. I'm kind of like, okay. But like, really, the metamorphoses? You're gonna like try to eldritch horrify the metamorphoses? Okay, whatever. Looking at the world through your eyes, a collection of Chinese cartoons. A collection of Chinese cartoons. The author seems to be a little childish. There are black kittens hidden in every corner. This particular cartoon tells the story of several kittens who decide to head out on a risky adventure together. Later on, they try to escape after ending up in captivity. Ultimately, the story has a happy end. The style in which it's drawn is very cute. The main characters are a domestic cat, a stray, a wild cat, and a pure breed. Oh. 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 They follow a legend that is circulating among cats and set out on a journey to a park in the center of the city, where they are captured one by animal control and thrown into a dark warehouse. In the warehouse, the four kittens and other cats that were caught begin to talk. Together, they finally decipher the legend and find out that they were looking for what they were looking for in the first place. The cat elders end up teaching them how to enter the world of dreams. The kittens don't use this newly acquired knowledge to simply escape, even though they could. Instead, they enter the dreams of the man who caught them and use this opportunity to appeal to his conscience and humanity. Thus, the man has a change of heart and regrets his actions, leading to the cat's release from the warehouse. I feel like that's gonna be important for later. Huge, abandoned derelict, a dormant relic and a silent witness of the past. But it's not merely a witness to what happened around it. It has its own story to tell. Nowadays, it is desolate and nothing but a shell of its former self. It's just like me for real. This is what happens when you try to exceed your limits. Everything is about to take a sharp turn in an unexpected direction. Wow! Hey, this is way different than it was the last time I was here. The four cats have returned to the factory and entered its ominous darkness. The dimensions of their surroundings seem completely off. The building has changed. It is different from what it was like when they entered the premises last time. Small doors on the side, the ceiling tiles, the piles of trash, everything that was small and barely noticeable before is taking up much more space now. Okay, but guys, that might be because you're cats and you're small. You're cats and you're small, guys. It might just be that. All of it looks gigantic. Yeah, because you're cats. Because you're cats. Looking at the world from a shrunken point of view is a common cliché sci-fi trope. Still, for these four brave cats, it is something new altogether. In this case, however, fear far outweighs fascination. Never before had they felt so small and powerless. Things they never paid attention to back in their human forms now look imposing and scary. Like trash bags. Fortunately for them, they are used to a lot more weirdness than the average person. Wow. Everyone doing okay? Nika turns her head towards Justin and the other two. Her words are suddenly interrupted by a barking dog and the cats instinctively jump up and scatter. They all hide as quickly as they can. Zack manages to get out of sight only at the very last second. Meowing and barking are all jumbled up together. It is an unsettling and unnatural sound that they have never heard before. Loud footsteps accompany the sound before growing fainter and disappearing to the depth of the factory. There's no turning back now. Meow, meow. Be careful. Look at that raining up ahead. I think we have a problem. Mau mau. Mau mau. Oh wait, I didn't read the let me get the log. Oh wait, no, she didn't say anything. For a moment I thought that I didn't read it because I was like, oh yeah, no, she literally just meowed. Mau mau. Yeah, and it's already quite obvious. I can hear the sound of a transformer. Mau mau. Looks like the high voltage, the voltage is quite high, right? Mau mau mau. No clue, but that could, no clue. Could be that someone plugged it into the power supply on purpose. Mau mau mau. Look closely, the wires are exposed. Mau mau. Jeez, you have really sharp eyes, you know? Mau mau. It looks like there's a locker or something in there. Mau mau mau. Hey, be careful. You'd be cat roast in an instant. Mau mau. We'd better not do anything rash before we find a way to turn off the power. Mau. Notice, let's see what it says. Warning, access to this place is really prohibited. All employees are requested to evacuate by May 25th at the latest. Trespassers will face severe punishments. Okay. Mau. There's a notice here too. Warning, access to this place is really prohibited. Okay, this is the same as before. Wait, that was different, right? Or did I... Someone scrolled the words "run away" on the sign in red liquid. They are barely readable, so whoever wrote them must have been in a hurry. Okay, that's a different one. The words appear small and crooked. Maybe so they wouldn't be discovered straight away. Who knows who this message was intended for? Maybe it was merely a cathartic act. An old-fashioned electric bell. The bell hammer is covered in a thick layer of dust, but the wiring seems to be intact. A cord is hanging down from one side, similar to the cord used on a wall mount fan. Two cats might be able to reach it by stacking up against the wall. If it still works, it should make a lot of noise. Another notice is posted on the wall. It is crumbled on the rendering it completely unreadable. Only the national security stamp is still vaguely visible on the paper. Okay. The notice looks pretty old. The paper is yellowed and brittle, surrounded by thick cobwebs and dust. Fresh fruit scraps, footprints in the dust. A variety of bite marks on different types of animals are mixing between the human traces. Wait! What's the matter? Look over there. Ah yes, the stray dogs, the most dangerous dogs. This... The fierce looking dog is dozing right in front of the exit. His breathing is shallow, indicating that he's on high alert even now. What should the cats do in this situation? Let Neko try a seductive approach. Let Cecile try a diplomatic approach. Try sneaking. Come up with a different approach. Okay, I have to give props to the game that is Neko the one who has to have who needs to try the seductive approach. Thanks, game. We need to be smart. There's no way we can take him head on. You're right. We need to come up with something else. We could lure him to the electric fence. Do you have a dead wish or something? No way any of us would survive that. I was just thinking out loud. In my opinion, the part about luring it away is a good idea. So what do we do? I think I saw something that could work. Let's do this. Well, you're a lot heavier than you look. No, this little cat is probably just big boned. Cecile, it's okay if you're chubby. I think you're adorable. Nearly there. I'm doing it. Things go as planned. The factory equipment is in much worse shape than the feline investigation team ever anticipated. Not only does the fire alarm bell not ring, but it falls off as soon as Cecile Spot tugs at it. Oh. Crap! Quick! Find somewhere to hide! Woof. Cecile runs like the wind and quickly retreats into a dark corner. Zack follows and makes his large body appear as small as possible, tucking in his tail. Neko leaps and follows the others, hiding behind them. Justin crashes headfirst into the others, hiding away in the same corner. The ferocious dogs wander around for a while, alert and suspicious. The cats all hold their breath, afraid of that making even the slightest sound could seal their fate. Fortunately, it seems to pick up a new scent, something more interesting than the cats, and turns away. Oh, looks like it's smelling something tastier than us. Meow, this is our chance. Meow, meow, meow. In this particular case, a sack's larger than average size for a cat comes in handy. The dog clearly wasn't expecting an attack. Taken by surprise, it doesn't even have time to turn around. If there's one thing that the streets have taught me, it's to never let an opportunity like this pass you by. There's no way Zack could miss. Zack pounces on the dog's head from behind, still entranced by the smell of food. It is completely overwhelmed and rendered unable to resist for a moment. The dog is down. Raising his claws, Zack slices straight across the dog's eyes. Blood spurts from the wound and goes everywhere. Yeah, that's whimpering, alright. That happened. The poor dog can't bear the pain any longer and flees. It runs whimpering from the room, completely unaware of the other cats. Meow meow. So I'm sorry, big fella. Once this is over, I'll come back and find you a good vet. Meow, you did it. That was a close one. Meow, please don't do something like that again. It was so scary. Meow, fear not, I'm here. Meow meow. Alright. Let's proceed to the next room before you get too caught up in your own heroics. Meow, why is it all sealed off? Meow. Looks like it took it a lot of work and effort. I don't think a normal person could have pulled something like this off. Meow. Those railings seemed out of place in this factory too. What's going on here? Meow. The walls look sloppy. No way that's how they're supposed to be. Meow. Yeah, it all looks pretty rough. Meow. The door over there is open. Shall we go and see what's there? Okay. Meow. What's up with this place? Isn't it supposed to be abandoned? Meow. And the walls are blocked off. It looks suspicious, doesn't it? Meow. Oh, sure, it looks like someone's doing renovation work. Meow, wanna check it out? Meow, guys, I don't think we'll have time for that. Yeah, well, meow. Crap, run! My honest reaction to that: stop chasing us already! Utterly exhausted, the four cats arrive in Scarlett's neighborhood. It would be a long and tiring journey even for a grown adult, let alone for four small cats who still feel like strangers in their new bodies. Out of breath, the four of them lay down on the green grass, listening to the faint sound of traffic in the distance. Meow. Jeez, I'm so tired. Meow. There's something seriously wrong with that place, isn't there? Meow. Definitely. That scream. Yeah, never trust factories that happen to have a lot of screaming happening. Unless it's a screaming factory where screaming is done on purpose. Mom. Yeah, something's off. Thinking about the situation, Zack then silent for a moment. The sight to return to back to their old human bodies is growing stronger with every passing moment for most of them. Controlled by instinct, Zack involuntarily starts playing with a long blade of grass, hitting it with his paws. He is fully aware of it all, but it is difficult to suppress the impulses coming from deep within him. Wow, now that I think about it, nothing normal ever happens when all of us get together. Well, I mean, the fact that that nothing normal ever happened is the reason why we all got together in the first place, isn't it? Better to walk this path as a group than all alone. Mama, yeah, you're right. The two of the group otherwise most reliable members are obviously starting to lose their focus due to fatigue. Is it just me? The thought suddenly pops up in Zack's mind. He has been relying on others for far too long, but on their knowledge and their help. Always depending on others and having to wait for them to save the day isn't only stupid, but disrespectful towards his friends who have to do all the thinking. Thinking isn't his strong suit, sure, but what kind of lame excuse is that? He's been getting better at it, at least somewhat, better at thinking for himself, better at making decisions. Whether those decisions are always the right ones remains to be seen, but at least he feels like he's getting better at doing things outside of his comfort zone. Mau, I'm sick of this. Be quiet for a sec, will ya? Mau? Neko's eyes widen in surprise at Zack's words. Lost in thought, he doesn't pay any attention to it. These drastic times calls for drastic measures. He bends his head in concentration, calling out every last one of his brain cells to recall any useful memories or clues, a task made even more difficult by the fact that he is a cat. So many things lie buried in that factory. Will he be able to uncover them all? Let's see. Missing pets, Louis missing, cut pose, the anonymous note, and the... okay. Remember, supposed to the first of the floor was strictly off limits even for police. The orders on that very stand must have come from a fairly important authority figure. After personally verifying the situation, the members of the investigation suppose that there is something else going in Matto number 11 factory. Which regular items are destroyed. Sorry, I'm so sleepy. Haven't had any coffee yet. Anonymous note 2. Okay, energy and fear, that's... they have been trying to address the northern... unfortunately, the fear escaping... The newly established investigation team has... after a while, several of the pets returned to their owners, displaying erratic behavior. The owners report that their pets have become very intelligent but also very cranky. Many Carlos has only... this kitten loves to rub her head against people and purrs a lot. Whether he and his companions were turning to cats, but maintaining their straightforward mindset, they are now undoubtedly a pack of furry cats. The game is having a lot of fun with the fact that every single character is a cat, huh? I mean, I'm guessing he's sad? No, okay. But simply trying might not be enough. Time to focus and use my brain. There's more than enough evidence that proves this isn't just an ordinary abandoned building. Some things that are out of place. I find it so far, it's much more simply than a TV factory. Okay, then... I'm guessing it's this one? No. Okay, I'm done. Okay, let me think about it. Let me have a moment. would I solve this? So it's not the things about the cats. It's not. Well, it's probably a mix between the cat thing and the factory thing. It has to be this one. It has to be this one. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I'm gonna try something. And otherwise, I think that we're gonna have to go back because I might not have found a clue. Yeah, okay. Suspicion fail. Yeah, I think that we're slowed this the autosave. Thank God the autosave the skip. Okay, let's move a little bit more and check everything. The top itself is quite blunt and not sharp enough to pierce through the skin. The wires attached to the bottom answer the device suggesting that it's not as harmless as it appears at first sight. Mau mau. Seems too big to be solely intended for animals. Mau 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 mau. It's covered by racks. Where are we, amateurs? Zale shakes her ears and takes a look at the contraption. Okay, this is the same as before. This is the same as before. No, we're not gonna try to climb over the railing. That's a bad idea. Okay, this is that. The food. The fire alarm. Yeah, I thought that maybe this didn't matter, but yeah, no. The game wants you to check it because I'm pretty sure that's the clue that I didn't have. Thank God that the game kind of saves before clue gathering. Thanks to the autosave. Anyway, let's start skipping. I'm gonna do a different approach. Oh, I should have tried the seductive approach just to see. Just for funnies. I should have made a save and done that. My mistake. Okay, we can keep moving. Okay, now we should be able to do this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is this one, this one, and this one. Yeah, I just like that clue. I have to be more careful. By no means abandoned. Wow, something spooky is going on in that factory. Wow, the traps are obviously designed to catch humans. Their line of sight is higher up than that of the small animals, so they wouldn't notice what's beneath their feet, especially not in the dark. Wow. That voltage was high enough to knock out a bear. It's completely overkill when it comes to small animals, which just proves my point. Mau. It's strange, many animals roam around that place, but traps like that don't just pop out of the ground. None of the animals were trapped either. Mau, you mean those traps were deliberately set up so that they work only on humans? Mau. That would be a simple question of adjusting the force of the springs. Mau. I have seen hunters in my village back home do the same thing when catching wild boars. You need to adjust the weight on the springs, or else even small critters can trigger the traps, effectively wasting them. Mau. In this case, that makes us the wild boars. Mau. So you're saying the whole place is set up for animals, is set up so animals don't get trapped, but people do? Mau. Yeah, that's what I think. Could just be a way to protect the factory from nosy outsiders. Wow. Those notices we found indicate a state-ordered evacuation. It's so weird. It's not like the place simply closed down because of bad management decisions or something along those lines. It's only something serious. Mau. There must be secrets buried in there that we didn't find. The secrets. Mau. Should we keep exploring? Mau. Whatever it is we're looking for, it can't be anything normal, right? I'm basing that assumption over the fact that we're cats and all. Mau. Yeah, that much is guaranteed. Mau. You can't just roam around in there without expecting to run into trouble. Mau. We're walking straight into the lion's den, but if there's any crew brave enough to pull this off successfully, it's us. Mau. You're right, Zach. Mau. But first, there's one other thing, a super important thing. Mau. Getting something to eat, I'm freaking starving. Mau. I second that, and looking at you makes me think dog food should do the trick. Mau. Are we still going to see Scarlet? All four of them shudder simultaneously at the thought. Mau. Let's put that idea on hold for today. We'll go to Hermitage to grab a bite. Mau. Good idea. Night has fallen, and the city's urban soundscape remains as loud and obnoxious as ever. Diving headfirst into the bustling nightlife, the four heroic felines roam about in search of tonight's dinner. And now, dear viewers, tonight's news report. Rumors about a mysterious shadowy figure have been spreading rapidly across the city, causing panic among the citizens. The police have recently started a formal investigation into the matter. The figure is reported to be about 2 meters tall. It moves around quickly, never staying at the scene long after appearing. It always leaves damage in its wake. As of yet, no casualties have been recorded, and there are no concrete eyewitness to reports in regards to its appearance, as most sightings have been reported during nighttime. Experts say the figure's actions and behavioral patterns bear similarities to those of people suffering from mental illness. It's always blaming the mentally ill for things. Please advise everyone to remain calm should they encounter the suspect. Slowly remove yourself from the scene and alert the authorities. Stay calm to prevent panic and never try to intervene by yourself. Another mysterious shadow roaming the city, which has turned into a playground for all things bizarre and otherworldly by now. Tall and fast, both of those fit the description, but there is no mention of a bright flash of light. Is this the same shadowy figure from Scarlet's case or not? Just as I start to think more about it, my phone starts vibrating. Are you planning to go to the Christmas parade this year? No, you're just taunting me. You know what my situation's like. Yes, I do. See you then. What's this about? Nothing really. I've just been feeling kinda down lately and it'd be nice to bring a date for a change. So I'm just a tool you use to regain control. Oh, come on. It's not like you've got anything better to do. Just throw me a bone, will you? Agree, refuse, answer vaguely, remain silent. I mean, I'm always up for a nice lady. Nice lady. Okay, I'll think about it. I don't know if the kids have plans. Maybe we can ask them. I doubt Cecilia's going out, and I'm not sure about Neko. We'll see. Maybe we'll throw you a little party or something. You sound exactly like someone visiting a nursing home. Damn. Come on, enjoy a Christmas party, you bastard. Christmas parade. Why is it that good and bad things always come in pairs? Maybe it can serve as an incentive to put in a little more effort and solve these current problems. Anything else on... No. Okay. An action movie is on TV. Are you seriously trying to bribe me? Who do you take me for? I really wanted to slap him senseless for bringing me, but I just couldn't say no to that amount of money. Oh, for bribing me. I can't read. Alright, give me the money. No one's gonna mess with you from here on out. Okay. Young man pushes female medical student down the stairs, claiming he only did it to hear... A female medical student was pushed down a long flight of stairs on Shenzhen University today. The fall caused bad bruises all over her body, a broken arm, and one of her incisors broke off. The police disclosed that a young man named Yamao turned himself in and confessed that he did it just to hear her scream. You know, honey, there's better ways to be a pervert. Ways that don't end up with people having a broken arm. In the night of August 20th, Shenzhen University student Lei called 911 to report that she had been pushed down the stairs by an unknown man who had fled the scene with great haste. The police rushed to meet Lei at the dormitory near the engineer department, where, upon arriving, they realized the full extent of her severe injuries. She was immediately rushed to the nearest hospital to receive treatment, and all available footage from nearby surveillance camera in the area was evaluated at once. Lei told police that around 11 p.m. while approaching the flight of stairs, she felt a strong push from behind. She couldn't think of anyone who could be holding a grudge against her and wasn't involved in any recent arguments. Due to the sudden nature of the attack, she could not see the attacker clearly, although she did know that they were wearing something red. After the attack, they ran off towards a nearby path. After the police investigated the scene, they went through dozens of hours of surveillance footage until they found something interesting. During the night of the attack, a young man wearing a red sports vest followed Lee towards the stairs. The crime happened late at night, and the suspect was dressed very casually. From this, police deducted that the suspect couldn't be living too far away from the scene of the crime. Police also captured images of the suspect from the surveillance footage and went to the school and dormitory buildings around the incident site to recreate the scene. Since the footage itself was very blurry and taken under dimly lit conditions, most people on campus couldn't identify the man. However, after 3 days of continuous visits to campus, a young man finally This is badly translated or just badly written. A young man confirmed to be Yamao, an 18-year-old student from Wuhan University living in the Hanan district. What's confirmed? Okay, yeah, no, it's just poorly written. Just when the police were ready to arrest the young man, Yamao took the initiative and gave himself up. Ya said that he and Lei had no prior history whatsoever, and that the reason for his crime was simply to hear a girl scream. On the night of the crime, he was wandering around the area when he spotted Lei approaching a flight of stairs and decided to follow her. By the time she was 4 or 5 steps down, he ran up and pushed her from behind, causing her to fall down and scream in fear while he made his escape. As of right now, Ya is in a juvenile detention center. So many sick perverts in this world. Who pushes someone down the stairs just to hear them scream? How do they live with themselves? Rihanna fetish? No thanks. I just like reverse Rihanna. Go women! Dude. I mean, I like reverse Rihanna, but still. That's a classic sociopath. Most Rihanna fetishes respect women in real life. I don't know if they respect women, but I don't think they would at least, try to actually hurt women on purpose just to, get off because it's a crime, although it really depends. They don't get pleasure for hunting women and long for loving relationship as much as any other person. Rihanna is not a hunt, is the opposite, a longing, a search for sexual arousal by receiving beatings, getting limbs broken, hurting internal organs, etc. This Rihanna is actually torture it is strongly discouraged. Thank you for, protecting Rihanna fetishes. But no, seriously, this is just like, this isn't even Rihanna behavior. That's a really big safety risk for everyone living in our area. Psychopathic, homicidal maniac. Society would be better off without him. Oh, come on, really? A lot of psychopaths are... I was gonna say perfectly reasonable members of society, but it's... Wait, no. Is that sociopaths or psychopaths? No, those are sociopaths, actually. Yeah, no, I was right. Because there was a study proving that a lot of arguing that a lot of people in high positions of power basically exhibit the same traits as sociopathic people, like not caring about other human beings suffering, like lack of empathy, that kind of stuff, like CEOs, that kind of people. So, I mean, if you want to hear someone scream male or female, wouldn't sneaking up behind them and saying boo suffice? Honest question. Living in a fetish or hobby is an insult to the victim. It's a violent crime, that's all it is. You're right, and you should listen to yourself. People should listen to you, and you should listen to yourself because you're correct. Because you can't just break down the psyche of a violent criminal into 3 bullet points, dude. I mean, I don't think they're trying to break down the psyche of a violent criminal. I think they're trying to point out that you can't just argue that they have like a Rihanna fetish, because Rihanna fetishes aren't necessarily terrible people who are gonna go out of their way to attack actual human beings. You should have filed a lawsuit right away. Being put into custody isn't a harsh enough punishment. We don't need to discourage creeps like that from ever thinking that they can get away with sick stuff like that. Also, this is just like Twitter bullshit. Like this is the bullshit Twitter thing of like, I like waffles. Oh, does that mean you hate pancakes, you bastard? Is that logic? It's just Twitter logic. Lock that maniac up in a soundproof room and play screams on tape until he gets what he did. Dude, you don't solve violent crime with torture. They tried. The second volume has been widely discussed in obscure online forums. Looks like people in the city really like its history. I should read it in my spare time. Oh boy, okay, more Cthulhu stuff. Cthulhu Myth Volume 2 giveaway. The enthusiasm for Cthulhu material is well known, especially among the users here, and it's a frequent topic of discussion. In recent years, many of these works have been introduced to the Chinese market, one of the prime examples being the story collection that was published last year. It's a hot topic, and the rules for these posts are simple. Just include one or more of these in your reply. In your opinion, what makes the Cthulhu myth so interesting? Recommend one Cthulhu themed publication that you particularly like. Novel, game, movie, anime, etc. Take a look at your own collection of Cthulhu related items and share them with us. Handicrafts, games, books, etc. 20, yes, you read that right, 20 participants will be chosen randomly next Thursday. The winners will receive a copy of the newly released physical edition of Cthulhu Myth Volume 2. The editor himself browses the size too, and we've had him say a little something about the project below. Editorial split line. Many people ask why it took so long. The reason is simple. We wanted to make sure the translation quality fulfilled our high standards. We print more copies compared to the first volume, and due to its immense success, we hope to release at least 2 more volumes with a more short gap between releases. Also, in the last post, one of you asked which stories are included. The answer is simple, pretty much everything. Of course, we're eager to hear your feedback and recommendations for the next releases. This time, it includes 3 long stories and 1 slightly shorter one. The Mountain of Madness, The Rats in the Walls, The Shadow over Innsmouth, The Shadow Out of Time. I'll spare you the details of the individual stories. If you know, you know. If you don't allow yourself to be spoiled. That being said, I've always found it hard to describe objects in words because visuals and words can never be connected, similar to how someone can perfectly describe the tone of a song to you. That's not true. Like, most people cannot, probably, but if you talk to, like, someone who's trained in music, they can probably actually perfectly describe the tone of a song to you because they're trained to do that. And in the same way, like, if you're good enough with your descriptions, like, you can more or less visualize the object. And also that really depends on like your capability of visualization, like mental visualization in the first place, which not everybody has the same ability to do that. Some people like make objects much more like vivid in their minds, and some people cannot even picture objects in their mind. So yeah, that's kind of bullshit. You can't really form an opinion unless you've listened to it yourself. Lovecraft is able to pull off the impossible with his prose. It's shockingly unique. It's amazing how he can describe things that don't or shouldn't exist in such vivid detail. We've added some extras and illustrations this time to further show how much we appreciate his works. For more details, drop by to discuss everything with your peers right here, and don't forget to place your order soon. For the Cthulhu team, I recommend Hayori Nyaroku-san. Is that an anime? It sounds like an anime. I don't remember. The charm of the Cthulhu myths is, of course, the unknown horror of how small and powerless humans are actually are in the grand scheme of things. Personally, I think it's a little too formulaic sometimes, but the creatures are awesome and it's very creative. While Miyazaki was working on Bloodborne, he was reading The Whisperer in Darkness, through which he learned about the Cthulhu myth. Ah yes, this is in 2017, so we can bring Bloodborne, which came out in 2014, I think. Oh god, people have been asking for Bloodborne on PC for 10 years, haven't they? Oh, I need an edible. Oh, I feel old. Can one person get 2 copies, or is it limited? To me, the greatest attraction of the Cthulhu myth is that in a world of pervasive and violent problem solving, yes, even in D&D games, that's the essence. Not necessarily. Depends if you play a very manipulative character with a lot of what's the stat? I never remember. Like a lot of persuasion. Like if you have a lot of persuasion, you can, and the DM is a douchebag, you can fix a lot of stuff without violence. The fear of a supremely omnipotent existence is extreme. It shows to what lengths we humans go to, although deep down we know how insignificant it all is in the eyes of a being of limitless power. I mean, to be fair, the outer gods technically aren't limitless power because they're being dreamed by a dreamer, and if a dreamer wakes up, they all disappear the same way that we disappear if they stop dreaming. So, the certain thrill and charm to reading words and make me feel this way. It's entertaining, horrifying, and thought-provoking all at the same time. It's sad how few games are based on it. I only know about Trail of Cthulhu and Call of Cthulhu. Haha, that's it, bye, but my post will probably be ignored anyway. I'm going to slap you. I hate the forum experience. I miss the forum experience, but I hate the forum experience. Alright, got it. Pre-order in first chance I got. Too bad those cool posters that are included can be purchased separately. I'd love to take out my whole dome and represent Cthulhu. A review of the physical release has already been published. Also, it seems as if the digital release has a fantastic translation this time. I hope I can snag a free copy. If not, I'll go buy it myself. It'll totally be worth it. That is not dead which can be eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. It's really awesome that the story is always boiled down to realizing the insignificance of oneself. All the pain and sadness reality brings becomes insignificant for a short moment. I recommend the game Human Cthulhu's Scary Legend. It's all based on real world mythology. Not really. The narrative is just more obscure, so not everybody gets it. Reality and fiction seamlessly blur into one another. I would disagree. It's often described as dull, but that's because he wants you to discover the truth that lies beneath. To discover the truth and eventually become enlightened, I recommend these visual novels. You create Human Cthulhu, Cthulhu for Two, Celestial Strange Event Book, and a Banquet for the Uninitiated. Interesting that they haven't mentioned the, I think the name is Necronomicon. It's a PC-98 visual novel based on Shadow over Innsmouth. And also that nobody has mentioned Sayonouta, considering how it's basically Eldritch horror-y. It's not, Cthulhu, but it's Eldritch horror adjacent, I would argue. I always felt that the infinite tentacles represent an embodiment of people's endless imagination. I always felt that the infinite tentacles represents people being perverts for tentacle porn. I highly recommend the game Sunless Sea. The atmosphere is amazing, the environmental storytelling is some of the best ever, and now there's a localized Chinese version. Also, I urge everyone to check out the story Rats in the Walls. Sunless Sea. There's a sequel to Sunless Sea called Sunless Skies, which is just as good. Which is based on the browser game, which the name escapes my memory right now. Fallen London? I think it's Fallen London. I think it's called Fallen London. Which also has a new game that came out not so long ago. Something Roses? Honestly, I don't remember. That's you terrible memory that I happen to have. I recommend these novels: Sherlock Holmes and the Shadwell Shadows and Neil Gaiman's I, Cthulhu. I've always been a fan. It's like when you play a good horror game and you die just before you get a good glance at the monster rushing you. It's such of adrenaline, and the fear of the unknown plays a huge role in making it an unforgettable journey. My favorites are The Shadow Out of Time and The Mountains of Madness. The description of the Ogos and the uncertainty of it all is really chilling. I don't read a lot of Cthulhu stuff, but there are some short stories by Jenna Melville that I thought were really well written. There's an original one about archaeologists that find out that there are a bunch of creatures walking among us in our daily life, but the brain just refuses to acknowledge them, and nobody can remember the creatures' names. Sunless Sea is really scary to play on your own. Probably better to watch a Let's Play instead. Come to think of it, I don't think it actually has anything to do with the Cthulhu myth. Sunless Sea is scary? Dude, Sunless Sea is pretty basic. I mean, it's not a bad game. I mean basic in the sense of like, it's not creepy. Like, if you think Sunless Sea is scary, I think you're, I don't know, I think you're a little sensitive. Like, it's Sunless Sea, it's not, you know. Sounds good, I put it on my list. I'll wait for you to play it, let me know what you think of it. Okay, so, nothing new. God forbid. Let's go back to cat. Meow. Okay, we're going in. Everyone ready? Meow. Teeth, check. Clothes, check. We're good to go. Meow. Dude, seriously? Meow. I am. Come on, we're cats, for crying out loud. There's not really all that much we can do to prepare. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow. Stop it already, keep your voice down. Meow. Sip it, you dummy. Meow. Hey, I'm just trying to liven up things up a little over here. Meow. We can't understand a thing, Cecile. Put the thing down fast. Meow, meow. I remember the store manager saying that you and Justin both know how to pick locks, so I thought this might come in handy. Meow. Huh, a wire. Meow. Smart thinking, Cecile, but we'll only be able to make use of that if Neko and I learn how to use it with our mouths. That could prove difficult. Meow. Well, our ears definitely work better than before. That should help. Meow. Sounds like being a cat does have its advantages from time to time. Meow, meow. We won't know until we try. Let's not waste any more time for today. Meow. You're right. Meow, meow. Feels good not to have a dog breathing down our necks for once. Meow, meow. Damn right, that was a cool call yesterday. Meow. Are you okay? You look like you've been through the ringer. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, I'm fine. Trust me, that deep cat sleep works wonders on me. Fixes me right up. Meow. A heavy price to pay for some good sleep. As a human, your life wouldn't have been in danger yesterday, right? Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Let's not dwell on things we can't control. Everything's the same as yesterday around here. Let's check out the back room. Meow. There's still electricity here. Meow, meow. With protective measures like that in place, there has to be something important inside, don't you think? Mau Mau. That's assuming that there are actually people here trying to protect something, and I think that is the case. Mau Mau Mau. We just find a way to power it off. Jumping over that is child's play for me. Mau. Let's hope so. Mau Mau. Damn, does he live here or what? Mau Mau. Possibly. Just look at him. He's obviously a guard dog. Mau Mau. I don't think he's caught on to us. He's not looking that way. Mau, should we try going around him? Mau Mau Mau. Let's sneak inside. There's no other way because of that fence. Mau Mau. And you see the combination lock on the side? That caught my attention. Mau? What's that matter? Mau Mau. This is a TV factory, or was at least. What could possibly be here that justifies such tight security? Mau. What if it's some kind of bolt or something? Mau? Who would put a bolt inside a factory? Mau. Good point. Mau Mau. That just makes things even more interesting. Let's see if we can find a way around. Because of the considerable distance, the dog doesn't register the nimble footsteps. Cecile tiptoes on her paws step by step. Neko moves even more elegantly than before. Oh wait, than her. Wait, yeah. Why can't I read? Why does my brain just add stuff? It must be the lack of coffee. Justin is leading the group while Zack does his best to keep his long hair from making him sneeze. Zack's efforts pay off. The dog is fast asleep. The cats shimmy along the wall, carefully making sure their paws absorb the sound of every step. They manage to make it to the room. Mau. Check out how thick these walls are. That's not normal for a place like this. Mau Mau. We won't know more until we go inside. Let's move. Mau. Hey guys, take a look. What is that? Mau. Mau? Looks like a distribution box. Mau Mau. How is it still working properly is beyond me. Mau. Do you think we can turn off the power of those fences from here? Mau Mau Mau. Can't say for sure that they're on the same grid, but I'd say it's pretty likely. Mau. Right, but how do we get to it? Mau Mau Mau. I have an idea, or have you already forgotten what Cecile brought along? Mau? Don't tell me you're really going to try and pick a lock with these paws. Mau Mau. Why not? I've gotten pretty used to them already. They feel comfy. Mau. In your name, justice again, I see. Mau Mau. I'm not even kidding. Do you guys feel the same way? Mau. It feels like I was made to adapt to different bodies. It feels natural to me already. Neko, do you want to talk about the fact that you're a fairy? Mau. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't say I can relate to that all that much. Mau. Forget it. Let's focus. Hey, big guy, help me up, will ya? Mau. Okay. A regular cat could never pull this off. Good thing Neko is far from regular, and lockpicking, no matter how her current form, has long become second nature to her. Standing up and balancing on Zack's shoulders, Neko fiddles with the lock, skillfully moving the wire around. It takes a while, but then the long-awaited click sound the four cats have been anxiously waiting for can be heard. Mau Mau. This switch looks ancient as well. Want me to pull it? Mau Mau. Pull it. We have to try. Mau. Okay, watch my back. Neko hangs on the switch and pulls it down with her weight. Mau Mau. Look, I was right. Mau. Oh, it's so dark. Mau Mau. Let's go back and check on things before anyone catches on to us. Mau. The fence is powered off. Mau Mau. Thank goodness. Finally some good news. Mau Mau Mau. That locker seems suspicious. I wonder if there's something in it that could come in handy. Maybe a code or something. Wow. That would be a major coincidence. Mau, it's worth a try. Look, he's on our side right now. Electric current running through the fence is gone. We can go past it now. Okay, let's check on the other stuff first, and then I'll check on the locker. Okay, notice on the search and capture of escaped laboratory animal. One of our most valuable experimental animals has been lost in transit. It is close to the site of a large dog, while white hair on its body and black hair on the head region. Due to an attack by unknown assailants on the escort during transport, the animal is now loose and may still be lurking somewhere in the factory. This animal is in an extremely abnormal mental state and does not possess the instinctive logic of a common animal. Do not attempt to calm it down or chase it away. If you see any trace of the animal in the factory, report it to the security bureau immediately. If you come into direct contact, remain calm and move slowly to avoid irritating the animal. This will help minimize the potential danger to yourself. In addition, this animal is part of an expansive breeding experiment, and its physical development is affected by the procedures applied during this project. Therefore, it is possible that a variety of physical characteristics, including primate and human facial features, as well as limb structures, may be present as mutations. What the fuck? Do not be alarmed if the animal shows signs of human behavior or makes sounds resembling human speech patterns. This is a normal part of the experiment. The animal does not possess a personality, and no humans will be involved in this project until the next phase. Spreading rumors to the contrary is a punishable offense and will be dealt with swiftly. At the bottom of the notice, something handwritten is clearly read. The experimental animal has been recaptured. Notice on discipline and political awareness of the personnel involved in the comprehensive cleanup project. Recently, Security Bureau personnel discovered a secret tunnel in the side wall of the electrical room. Upon further investigation, it appeared the offender managed to widen the ventilation duct outside the data room in the classified area with a handheld tool in an attempt to escape. The offender was captured by a patrol outside the factory and handed over to our secret service for questioning. The damaged ventilation duct has been repaired. We can't rule out the possibility that there are more spies hiding among us. Be disciplined and remain vigilant. Keep an eye out for any signs of suspicious behavior. To reiterate the importance of this project, the subjects of the investigation or contacts have access to the classified area and are in possession of important advanced technology. We are still in negotiations. We are responsible for providing a secure and conducive environment for the negotiation and for meeting all the requirements to facilitate the smooth conduct of the negotiation. If the negotiations are successful, these technologies will greatly enhance our scientific knowledge, far surpassing everything we have so far. It will help us resist against the oppressive intentions of the world's greatest powers. Millions of people stand to benefit from it. The dream of the great motherland will be realized by our own hands. What am I supposed to be reading here? Oh, the situation, I mean. You will be rewarded for your efforts, so you must persevere. We have a lot of work to do. Through the pressure is high. Stand tall and keep working to see us all master this final hurdle. A secret passage? What is this place? A factory or a prison? That classified area has to be behind that code protected door, right? Yeah, that's most likely where it is. Ventilation duct, huh? Well then, let's check it out. Oh, god damn it, wait. Do you want me to check the other stuff first and then that? Because, like, that's a little unfair that it puts me in that position. Like, I'm pretty sure I need to get stuff from the other things first and then... Like, that's a little rude. That's a little rude. Like, I would like to finish investigating before we get to that. I don't know, I just don't like that the game just teleports you out when there's still things to look at. What kind of notice is this? 16 prohibited during evacuation. 1. You're prohibited from carrying any factory items and goods outside with you. Keep a watchful eye and report comrades who break this rule to the security bureau immediately. Those caught in the act of or aiding it indirectly will face severe punishments. 2. Do not discuss factory matters outside of the factory. Register with your team as soon as possible and sign up for special training. Take the special train of the premises. Report comrades who fail to do so to the security bureau immediately. Those failing to do so will face severe punishments. 3. Do not spread rumors. Always follow a code of confidentiality. Only act in compliance with the rules of the Security Bureau and refrain from causing trouble. If friends or relatives start making inquiries, report the matter to the Security Bureau immediately. 4. You are prohibited from avoiding the mandatory physical examination. Proceed to the designated area with haste. Follow the orders of the doctor and behave in strict accordance with the rules established by the Security Bureau. 5. Do not stay in the factory on your private time. Leave the factory at the assigned time. The basement is sealed off. Do not proceed past the electronic code protected door. Loss of important property is to be reported to the Security Bureau immediately. 6. Never speak up against or contradict comrades in the Security Bureau. I was repeating that. The responsibilities during this evacuation are an important task that affects the whole country. Your cooperation and understanding is required. We are not responsible for the consequences of any potential violations. Wow, jeez, talk about harsh. Wow, the paper looks so old. This must have been put up a long time ago. Wow. So there was an evacuation. I wonder where to. Wow. That'd be fine now, but they had me at the electronic code open, code protected door part. Wow, you're really just addicted to breaking into places. Mau. Crap, it's locked. Mau, should we take a look around? Mau. Do you really think the key is close by? I doubt that whoever locked it would be that careless. Mau. Why does this remind me of something we've been through before? Mau. Let's start by looking for it in this room. If it's somewhere else, looking for it would cost too much time. That kind of trouble isn't worth it. Well, it says that it's... Oh, I wonder if it's like Cold War old. And here we are, back to this. Okay, there's an airbed. Oh, check it out, there's an airbed right here. Mau. Huh, I didn't even notice that before. Mau. But didn't the notice say to discover and fix it? Mau. Fixed for human is what they meant. You can't just plug the whole thing. That kinda goes against the purpose of a vent. That means there should still be enough space for something small, such as a cat, to squeeze through. Mau, let me try. Pushing his head and pulling and pulling with his claws, Zack gives it his all. Mau. Well, what now? Wanna head inside? Mau. Based on the notice, there should be a so-called data room across from here. Maybe we can find what we were looking for there. Mau. Let's go. If this works out, we can head straight into the classified area by passing the door altogether. Mau. Oh boy, that duct is pretty tight even for a cat. Mau. But this room is a buzz. It looks empty. I thought there'd be something useful here. Mau. Maybe it's been evacuated. It doesn't look like it's still functioning properly. Mau. Look, over there, that pile. Maybe there's something in those documents? Mau. You guys wait here. I'll go get it. Mau. Wait! He's a human being, but still, the behavior on display is anything but human. A man is guarding this small room. His expression is dull and empty, his tired eyes dilated. His salivated mouth has sticky threads hanging from it. Tattered clothes that don't quite fit cover his body. His hair is dry and disheveled. He's mumbling something inaudible to himself. Sniffing the ground as if to pick up a trail, he sneezes from the dust he inhales. He shakes his head in an irritated way and rubs his nose with his palm. Snot is running from his nose, but instead of reacting to it, he just lets the liquid run across his lips. It's hard to describe in words just how strange the whole scenario is. The four cats are hidden away in the dark, and all of them gulp at nearly the same time. This is a huge problem. Meow. What the hell is that? Meow meow. Shh, keep your voice down. The guy's empty eyes wander around the room. He makes sounds, but they don't resemble any words. Maybe he feels like something is off. That would explain why he's staying in place for so long, refusing to leave. Luckily, his tired, sluggish body prevents him from investigating the situation further. He lets out a big, annoyed scream, most likely infuriated at his own inability to act. He vents his frustration by shouting, like a child whose favorite toy has been taken away. But that doesn't help his cause, and he doesn't find anything. His senses are far too dull to notice the four nimble cats hiding in the vent. His patience exhausted, he clumsily turns around. Meow. Whoa, what the... Meow. Don't move just yet. Wait a little longer. Meow. Meow, meow. He's still out there. The car has not left yet. Far from it. He hides behind the door like a wild predator, ready to pounce on his unsuspecting and careless prey. Luckily for the cats, they can spot his shadow peeking out from underneath the doorway, otherwise they would have run right into his arms. Making another frustrated sound, the man leaves, this time for real. Meow. That was a really close call. Meow. Just how cunning is that guy? Meow. No, if I'd call it cunning, it's more like he was following a primal instinct. Meow. It's more like he is more animal than man. No one dares respond to Cecile's statement. Meow. At least there's something here that could be useful. Meow. This is a matter of life and death now. Let's take a careful look around. We can't leave just yet. We can't leave just yet, but... just in case I'm gonna save. I can go into intermission. Because I need my coffee and we'll be here for 2 hours. Well, 2 hours, technically. Oh boy, I'm so tired. And I can't sleep. I mean, I can't read. As usual, but less than usual. So, might as well go get myself some coffee. So, I'll do that, and then I'll be right back. And then, I guess we'll continue being cats. We'll continue catting around, if you will. I'll be back in a sec. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. And we're still cuts. I think it's also the fact that I'm cold. It's finally starting to actually be cold. And I didn't realize I would feel cold once it was cold. Which is great because I hate the heat, but also now I'm cold. Let's see. Investigate the floor on the northern side. Mom, that's... Just to notice there's a Tutter Circus poster in a corner of the room. That's never safe. That's never safe. As it turns out, it is very hard to straighten out and flatten a crumpled poster with just 2 paws. Using his mouth, he gently tears at the poster to make it lie flat on the ground. Something has been handwritten on the back of it. If you find this, please, a lot of scratch marks. Must, a lot of scratch marks. We are in a lot of scratch marks. It's over. It is all over. It is out. It still has that box. We've all been knocked unconscious, holes in the paper. It has a key. How did it get its hands on the key? A lot of scratch marks. He locked the door. We are trapped. There is nothing to eat. It only ever brings us a tiny amount of food when we are close to starving. It knows hunger. We've starved it. Now it's doing the same to us. There is a purpose to what it's doing. What does it want? It has left, hole in the paper. Gone, hole in the paper. It's gone away, hole in the paper. Starving. Come on, please. Mow. That's all I can make out. Just it puts the poster back in place and returns to the others. Well, that's bad. Let's see. Obtain the passcode notebook. Momo, check it out, there's something written on here. Contact report number 134. Underground sweep and cleanup mission successful. Power grid repair. Leftover equipment dismantled. Factory products have been kept in place as requested. Taking enough samples requested to analyze differences in the batch and ascertain potential special attributes. Contact report number 136. No more responses to our requests received. They have sealed themselves off in room A indefinitely. Nothing unusual determined upon analyzation of the factory's products. Power consumption has increased dramatically. Further allocation of power resources requested. Contact report 144. Room A reopened. We are granted permission to bring further test animals after negotiations. Taking the room back is impossible, as they have set up strange tools as a defense mechanism. Requested a variety of animals to observe the results of the selection process. Contact report number 160. Mammal experiment successful. Target transfer to the Institute for Further Analysis. Level of secrecy and security to be raised. Request further volunteers as hostility and paranoia decrease. Contact report number 162. Volunteer experiment successful. Target transfer to the Institute for Further Analysis. Request is an issue of volunteers. This is a glorious opportunity for the motherland to make hundreds of years of progress. This was like during the Cold War, wasn't it? Because that would make more sense. Contact report 166. They have explicitly asked for my participation in the experiment. View Appendix 1 for further details. Security code changed to 4368. I look forward to bringing all of you good news. Mow. Looks like there's a lot more. Mow. There's another one here, I think. Mow. Doesn't matter. We can't go by I think right now. Let's not waste time. We can't take it with us anyway. Mow. We finally got the code, but how will we get up there? Mow. Just step on me, I'll be the ladder. Mow. I don't think that'll be enough. Mow. If you say so. Want me to tag along too? Then I can hop on. Mow. Hey, now, somebody's gonna break something. Somebody's gonna break something, and I have a bad feeling it'll be me. What do you think we are? Acrobats? Mow. More like acrocats. Just treat it like a circus performance. I'm sure you'll be fine. I'll keep an eye out and watch your back. Mom, why did I have to end up as a big cat? Mom, you should be glad. If you were smaller, I would have to tag along too. You wouldn't want me stepping all over you now, would you? Mom, that's only a small comfort, if any. The door is locked. Mau, the dog is still there. Mau, we got a problem then. There's no way to get the code to the code protected door unless we distract him somehow. Mau. Get him past won't do the trick. We would need to flip the circuit breaker switch again to be able to enter the code. Mau, I'll see what I can do. Maybe if I make some noise we can... Mau. Bad idea. Really bad. The risk you'll attract that creepy guy from before is way too high. Mau? But if he's the only one, he should... Mau. Who says it's just him? You can't possibly know. Mau. Does that mean we have to leave? Mau. I don't see any other way at the moment. Mau. We can't just give up. Is there any other way you could find out more about this place, Neko? Mau. We're stuck. That's what I was trying to say. Usually it would be child's play for me. Mau. But the thing is, I'm starting to think there's not a lot that I can do while stuck in this body. Mau. Ah, why? This is unfair. It's not easy, even someone like Zack could put it off. And that's saying a lot. Why don't cats have fingers, damn it? I'm just having a moment. Why do cats don't have fingers? Mau. Did you just imply that having fingers is I'm good for? Mau. Alright guys, enough. Let's try figuring this out together. Mau. Also, I can't help but feel like there's someone watching us from afar. It's creepy. Mau. First things first, let's get out of here. Mau. Looks like we won't find out what's really going on until the next time we come back. Well, that suck. Huh? Is it just me, or have there been way more stray cats than usual lately? Wow. But look, he's so careless when it comes to the store. It's so easy to climb in. Climb. Words, my mortal enemy. Mau. As if he had anything worth stealing here. It's all just ancient obscure stuff anyway. Mau. You're right, Neko, but what are we doing on the second floor? Wouldn't going to your room be easier? Mau. You really think that's a smart idea? Here's a hint. How far do you think I would go to make my room burglary proof and keep unwanted visitors out? Mau. Now that you mention it, I don't doubt for a second that you're the type of person to hang up a bunch of swords behind the door and connect them to a tripwire. You strike me as someone who only enters her own room through the window. Mau. You're kidding, right? Sounds like some trashy agent novel. Mau. Yeah, obviously he's kidding. Or he's even more stupid than I thought. How could he think I'd forget about the window? Mau? Did you seriously set up traps in your room? Mau. Not to that extent, but close. Probably enough to scare the life out of whoever tries to enter. Mau. That's all I needed to hear. I won't set a single foot in there. Ever. Mau. It's not like I would let you in the first place. Anyway, by now you all realize how dangerous this is, right? Mau. Yeah, so what? Mau. So what? Are you kidding me? Fool, how do you expect me to dismantle my traps when I don't even have hands? This is driving me nuts. I wanna cry. But I also want to laugh at you. But I can't. Why? Because I am a cat. Enough now. Any more noise and we'll have to fight off the store manager when he comes running. Mau. I sharpened my claws a little yesterday. I think I'll be fine. Mau. You can't take him on. He's skinny, but for some reason he's way stronger than he looks. Mau. Enough talk. Time for action. I'm opening the window. Mau. So, did you find anything? Hacking with your paws at like opposable thumbs? Oh god, the fact that it looks opposable thumbs is the funniest part. Mau. Easy peasy, it's the 21st century. All I need is 5 minutes and your name to find out the color of the shorts you're wearing today. Mau. Hey, that's scary. Even I often tend to forget which color I picked. Mau. Right, let's steer this conversation back in the direction it belongs, away from Justin's underwear preferences. Why, Zach? Why do you feel uncomfortable about Justin's underwear preferences? That's kinda fruity of you. Mau. Alright, so the short version is that the factory was abandoned at the end of the last century because of economic restructuring. The cost of the upkeep simply became too high. Echo points at the old newspaper photo on the screen. The glory days are coming to an end. Where will the big collectivized factories go from here? Is among the headlines. Mau. And yet it's still standing to this day. Mau, that's a good question. It's abandoned, but no attempts have been made to use the space for anything else. Such a large area, completely unused for years. That doesn't make any sense to me. Mau. That's true. It should have been auctioned off by now. Usually assets like that are under a lot of scrutiny. Mau. Do you think someone's protecting that place? Mau? I don't know. Might as well ask Neko. She seems to know the most out of all of us. Mau. I'm afraid I can't answer that either. Those are not the kind of records publicly kept on the internet. There are all kinds of rumors online, ranging from political struggles and intrigue to a full-blown alien invasion. Who knows what to believe? Mau. Wait. Did I hear that last one right? Mau. If you ask me, those rumors can be helpful. Not all of them should be dismissed so easily. Mau. Some say that somewhat, shall we say, eccentric homeless people have been living there for a while now, with enough of a temper to keep the local delinquents out. Others report having seen suspicious vans pull up at the factory regularly in the middle of the night up until recently. Mau. Another rumor is about the factory's connection to the child abduction case a few years ago. Back then, they caught the suspect close to the factory grounds. He had a blank expression, empty eyes, and slurred speech. The exact details of the case have never come to light, which is only further proof that there's something fishy about it. Mau! So, were the children in the factory? Mau. The children were rescued, at least that's what the news reported at the time. Mau, that's a very bleak answer. Mau, no exact numbers of victims has ever been reported, nor were any details given regarding their whereabouts. Other reports only made vague statements, but I can't be bothered to hunt down more info right now. We don't even know if it's related to our case yet. Mau. At least we know for certain that there's always been something strange about that place. Whatever's going on there isn't just a recent development. Mau. That doesn't really make the situation sound better to me. By the way, guys, check out this post. Mau. A traveling circus was stationed there. No way, that's absolutely ridiculous. Who in the right mind would perform there? Mau. It's not like there was an actual show there. According to this post, strangely dressed people were dragging monkeys around. It didn't strike whoever saw it as a legit operation. Mau. I mean, yeah, monkeys are a common part of circus performances, but like I said before, what would they be doing in a place like that? Mau. One of the monkeys is described as being very strong and even more human, and with even more human traits than a monkey would normally have. Honestly, the description is very detailed. It really makes me think that it's not just made up. Mau. Human, huh? Anyone else gets goosebumps when they hear that? Might just be a side effect of being a cat though. Mau. Keep those goosebumps in check, it gets crazier. Take a look. This might be the most important piece of information we have. Mow. What kind of sorcery is this? A matrix? Someone tell me that what I'm looking at. I feel dizzy. Mow. Don't worry, you're not dizzy, just dumb. Easy to mix up for someone like you, with both of them starting with a D and all. Mow. A power consumption curve. What's the deal? What are we looking at? Why are we looking at this? Mow. Obviously because there's something strange going on. Care to take a guess as to what it is? Mow. I mean, I can't think of anything, especially with those... Huh? Oh, Mow. Wait a second. Is this the factory's power consumption? What the hell are you sure this is right? Mow. Yup. An abandoned building still requires electricity. That it still requires electricity is already strange enough, but those numbers are simply insane. Don't tell me we broke into some super secret electromagnetic weapon facility. With our luck, I wouldn't even rule that out. Mow. This isn't really my area of expertise. Just how high is this amount? Mow. This is way in the upper millions. If you assume that an air conditioning unit requires about 700 watts an hour... Mow. No need to do the math. You just know that this is crazy. What they spend on electricity in a month could put you through Phoenix High for a whole year. Mow. Siphoning off such amounts is next to impossible, and the electricity bill would be astronomical. I assume they have their own secret network somewhere. Mow. It's a form of mass production facility, so maybe they had their own special grid hooked up way back? Mow. Maybe, I don't know. Mow. Hate to say it, but it seems like things are starting to take a turn for the even more insane. Mow. Our hunch was right from the beginning. The secrets about this place run deep. Mow. That should have been obvious from what we saw there, right? Mow. So, do you think our bodies are really being kept there, or... Mow. It's the likeliest place. Rico can't resist the urge to bite her nails, but the taste of fur in her mouth stops her at the last moment. It is a frustrating feeling. Mow. Anyway, I think I managed to come across some more evidence. Mow? Evidence of what? Mow. Of the fact that our current state is directly related to the factory. That's my theory, at least. Mow. Oh, let's hear it. I think we all share that suspicion, but I'd still like to hear your reasons, especially if you have solid evidence. Mow. I don't know if I could go that far. It's just something that made me think. Mow. Because... Okay. The furry cats is cute, but how did they end up in that state? Let's see. Circus poster. Uh-huh. Okay, note number 2. A large dog. Okay, the anonymous note is probably unrelated, to be fair. Okay, I think that this is the one that requires a missing pets one. Cat pose. Then there's a note number 2. It's acting out of character, they were bringing down the situation. think it's this. I am so smooth. Kinda fucked up though. Mau. Let's keep an open mind and try to figure out why we are what we are now. There are several possibilities. Mau. Number 1, we are actually cats and all the memories of our past are nothing more than illusions. Fucked up. Mau. Number 2, we were humans and have been turned into cats. There is nothing left of our human side. Mau. Number 3, we were turned into cats but our human bodies remain and we were merely transferred into cats' bodies. Mau. Number 4, we are still humans and simply under the illusion that we are cats. Mau. I'd say number 1 and 4 don't sound realistic. Apart from the moment where I fainted, I have kept all of my past memories just fine. Mau. But I can't deny that I have indeed attained some cat-like traits. Those sleep habits are something else. Mau. Just look at Zack. He's barely changed at all. Even the size of his brain remains roughly the same. Mau. Hey, watch it. Mau. In short, the whole experience feels way too real. I highly doubt our imagination could place a trick on us. This leaves us with only 2 possibilities. Mau. What the hell are where the hell are our bodies? Where are we? Mau. Based on what we read in the factory, the agency has pretty much taken over the place, doing all sorts of experiments, causing all kinds of trouble. Mau. Those lab animals from their experiments are straight out of a horror movie. Mau. You mean the one that escaped? Mau. People back then didn't dare to question anything, even those notices didn't stop them from working there as if it were all perfectly normal. Mau. Those handwritten notes we found were obviously put up in a hurry. You can tell whoever did it must have been really scared. Mau. What it ultimately tells us is that they were holding animals with human traits there. All the employees had to keep that a secret. Mau. That sounds like a current predicament, but it still doesn't answer whether your second or third theory is true, does it? Mau? Have you already forgotten what we came here for in the first place? Mau. The missing pets. Mau. I see what you're getting at. Mau. Some people have managed to recover their pets. All of them reported something being wrong with them. So those cats and dogs must have been around for a while. Mau. So the owners unwittingly got dragged into this. Mau. Yes, that seems to be the case. I bet our owner is out there looking for us with tears running down his face. Mau. Sounds horrible. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Mau. Then let's go. Let us fix this mess. I'm tired of sleeping on the side of the road in constant fear. Mau. It would be great to have Scarlett's help right now. Mau. And risk getting cuddled to head all back? You can do that if you want, but count me out. Mau. Stop whining. I'll see what I can do. Meanwhile, you guys can go and find a place to rest. Neko glances out of the window. The sun has all but vanished, and even the last few birds have stopped chirping by now. The store manager will return soon. Mau. You should be careful. After the way I kicked his ass yesterday, I doubt the store manager will be too pleased to see us again. Mau. It's not your fault, so don't blame yourself. Mau. Anyway, we can't let this go. Let's proceed as planned and investigate further tomorrow. Mau. Now that we know how shady that place's background is, we have all the more reason to keep digging. We're a kitty cat, and we dance. Surprisingly, it's the first time that I do that one. How many times have we been here now? Well, counting the first time that we came in as humans, 4 times. This is the 4th time. The question makes Neko feel like they are walking right back into a recurring bad dream. The last 2 days have made a few things clear, some of which were oddly unexpected. However, Neko can't help but feel that for every answer they find, 2 more questions pop up. the mysteries just keep on coming, and the ones start 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 coming. Man, I still can't believe that that happened. You know what I mean? Drifting through won't do her any good at this point. She can't afford to let her mind wander, not right now. At the factory, danger can lurk around any corner, so she needs to have a razor sharp focus. By that I mean the singer from Smash Mouth, like, died. I think it was last year. Or early this year. Following Neko's cautious pace, the group steps into the abandoned factory once again. However, things seem a little different today. Mom, hey, what's this all about? Two large, imposing dogs stand guard in the room. They don't attempt to hide themselves, opting instead to stand proud as if to assert their dominance over the room and mark it as their domain. Mao. So they found out. Mao, do you think it has anything to do with that man we saw yesterday? Mao. Who knows? If that's the case, he's being overly cautious, even though he didn't even spot us. Mao. Can you think of another way for us to get inside? Mao. We could try circling around the building, although I don't know if another detour is the smartest choice. Mao. Let's not think about it too much, let's just do it. Mao. Mao. I think I have an idea that could work, but... Mao? That's pretty bold. I wouldn't have expected something like this from you. Sorry. Coffee. It's necessary, you know, for my survival. Mao. I'm sorry, I didn't think I can make it, but I don't think I can make that jump. Mao, it's okay, we'll be fine as long as we all work together. Just give it your all. Mao, time to man up. Mao, okay, then let's proceed as planned. Mao, right, we got this. Mao, hey dummy, watch this. Mao, and you idiot, take a good look at this. My honest reaction to that? Mao, this is our chance, hurry up. Mao, okay. Oh, they're just causing them to go in circles. Okay, that's fair. Mao, what a pain in the ass this guy is. Hurry up, jump. Mao, ready? 3, 2, 1. Mao, I'm jumping. Cecile leaps up to aid Neko in an attempt to hit the switch. Brightness returns to the room once more, and we need the sound of anguish barking in the distance. The barking only lasts a few seconds, then subsides. Mao, let's go back to take a look. Mao, are you guys okay? Mao, 5 seconds later and things would have ended badly. Mao, that was a close call. Lucky for us, those big guys can't jump all that well. Mao, good. The only question that remains is how to get you two down from up there. Mao, don't worry, that's easy, just like this. Hugging the wall, Zack and Justin leap over the fence and manage a soft landing on the ground. Mao, ouch, I think I scorched my tail a little. Mao, by the way, check this out, I found a key up there, no idea what it's for, though. Mao, maybe it's the key for the locker next door. Mao, that would be a coincidence if I've ever seen one. Mau. Let's go. We need to focus on the task at hand. We can come back for it if we need it. Mau. Alright, what now? Mau. If there's nothing else left that you want to check out, we'll just head up downstairs. Mau. Honestly, we should really get this over with as soon as we can. I have a bad feeling that there's trouble brewing. Where to next? I need to check. I mean, should I check now? Like, would the dogs come back if I go? Like, I need to think about it because they did just say that it's a bad idea. I mean, might as well check. I'm pretty sure it's this locker. Yeah. Check the locker. Mau. I better hold on to this key. Receive the locker key. Mau. We have to go back to check it out. Okay, immediately check out the locker. Mau. Well, looks like we have no other choice but to check out that locker. Mau. Wanna try out the key you just found? Mau. Let's see. Huh. Seems to fit. Biting down on the key, Justin inserts it into the locker and twists his neck in order to open the locker. There is a tattered old book of notes inside the locker. Destruction and origin of time is written on it in crooked letters. Mau. Looks like even a blind cat finds a mouse every now and then, huh? Mau. I wouldn't describe myself like that, but I guess we did stumble upon something important here. Mau. A solid team effort. Yay! Mau. We can't take the book with us at the moment. Let's come back for it once we're back in our human bodies. Mau. Let's hope we get that chance. What's next? I'm pretty sure that we don't have anything for the door in the other area, so we might as well just look at the door. That he has his own separate power supply. Mau. The door is still closed even though we pulled the switch. Which passage should they enter? Oh god, I forgot. Is it something somewhere on my clues? Oh, please tell me that it's somewhere on my clues. Oh, please tell me that it's somewhere on my clues. Oh god, I forgot. Where is it? 3 secret note 4368. Okay, thanks. 4368. Mau. Bingo bongo. This game was on mobile, wasn't it? I say because like these, you know. Oh, finally! With renewed vigor and a sense of courage, they venture into the depths of an unknown hallway. A hallway. A really dark hallway, apparently. It is dark, the only source of light being the greenish-white hue of the emergency lights. All the newspapers are plastered across the walls along with some graffiti. All of it is somewhat obscured by the dark. The room seems to have been repurposed, and somebody definitely did their best to spruce up the place, but judging from the age of the newspapers, it seems to have been a long time ago. As the light at the end of the hallway draws closer, the tension slowly reaches new heights. All of them are nervous, rightfully so. Mau? What is that? What they see in front of them, in combination with their pre-existing suspicions, paralyzes them on the spot. The entire floor has the classic layout of a circus. A cage-like structure takes up the center stage. Its iron frame and the central platform are both in shambles. The iron pillars on the platform reach all the way up to the ceiling. The middle section of the pillars is covered in a protective layer made of leather. Huge iron chains are dangling from above, emitting metallic loud sounds. Structures such as these ones are usually designed in a way that makes them easy to disassemble for travel purposes. The design of this place, however, seems utterly different. The leftover equipment and cluttered tables and chairs have been moved from their original location, silently telling the story of the people who must have performed here in the past. Upon closer inspection, the structure of the auditorium seems very impractical. Everything is simply bizarre and out of place. The unsettling design alone is enough to creep out the cats. But what really stops them in their tracks is what's going on inside. There are people, lots of them. All of them are covered in wounds and scratches of varying sizes. Old and new whip marks cover their bodies. Their eyes have all but lost their spark, as if they were already at death's doorstep. Their facial expressions are eerily distorted, their eyes squeezed together, their smiles contorted. They are not in control of themselves. They are panting, out of breath from dodging things that are being thrown at them by the audience. They are tumbling and staggering around, while shadowy figures are wielding what appears to be whips. Looking at their sadistic grimaces and upturned mouths, it is obvious that they don't care if they actually hurt their target or not. Whatever circus this is supposed to be, the performance is terrible to watch. Mo, that's just sick. Yeah, that... I'm sure there's a hentai about this. That quietly mumbles to himself and rubs his paws together. This is the type of injustice he cannot just watch while sitting idly by. Mau, Zack, wait! Now is not the right time, control yourself. Mau. You expect me to just sit back and do nothing? Mau, no, of course not. It's just... Mau. Listen to her, Zack. We can't do anything right now. Mau. Hey, don't you guys have a heart? Can't you see those people are suffering? Mau. I know, Zack, but... Mau. But what, huh? What is your excuse? Mau. Just more to it. Calm down and I'll show you. Justin points with his paw. The others squint and watch. There's something seriously twisted going on here. The movements about the people with the whips, as well as those of the ones being hit, seem stiff and awkward. The whips often get stuck in the clutter and debris, and many of the people wielding them are hitting themselves by accident. Thrown objects often miss their target, landing on the dirty, cluttered ground instead. The people serving as animals aren't moving around normally either. The way they stiffly try to dodge and roll around helplessly on the ground makes it seem as if they are moving in slow motion. Both parties are sustaining more injuries by the second, further amplified by their absolute disregard for their own physical well-being. Mau, I see. The soul in this place is normal. The perpetrators and the victims are in the exact same situation. Mau. Those people, what the hell happened to them? Mau. The only positive thing I can think of right now is that this could mean that our bodies are still intact and alive. Probably jumping around somewhere. Mau, you mean this kind of jumping around? Please don't tell me that's true. Mau, what do we do now? Some of the people are clapping their hands and cheering, probably solely because of the fact that they are not the ones being beaten. Mau, let's not get too close. We should keep our distance. There is a side path we can use. Let's ignore them for now and move on. The door on the other side of the circus is still open. A blurry, stained sign is barely hanging onto the wall. Mau. There must be at least a dozen of them in here. Mau. Those bastards. Once I have my body back, I'll kick their asses. Mow mow. Them? They already have it bad enough, don't you think? Mow. Well, yeah, I guess, but somebody has to pay. Mow. We have no idea who's pulling the strings, let alone what they look like. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Not only that, it is also next to impossible to save someone when their body is not their own. Neko is well aware of that, but she's plagued by enough worries as is, which is why she lets Justin do the talking. With Justin leading them, the cats move ahead, staying in the shadows and out of sight. The people playing the role of the animals in this twisted performance start to catch on to a new scent. Some of them ignore it altogether, others start screaming as loud as they can. Their trainers don't care at all. Some of them crack their whips even harder, much angrier than before. Meow. All of this is insane. They successfully managed to disappear through the door, leaving no trace that they were ever there. The agonized screams and the creaking of whips continue without interruption. Amy, why haven't you come back yet? You could at least call me when you get the chance. Alright, just keep making me wait. I managed to find the info you asked me about yesterday. It took longer because my source kept stalling. I only just received a reply. You'll have to read the email for more details, but I guess you're still in the shop. What? What's the matter? What's the matter? I'm on my way to a meeting right now. We'll talk afterwards. Did I even contact her yesterday? Forget it. Doesn't matter now. Time to take a closer look at this. Mailbox, Scarlet, latest news. Oh, sure enough, there it is. Notice about the emergency meeting regarding the permanent suspension of all activities at the number 11 TV factory. Notice about an emergency meeting regarding the establishment of a hidden isolation center on the number 11 TV factory. Notice about the secret follow-up projects at the number 11 TV factory. Employee replacement and re-employment program research. Invitation of linguistic expert from the Academy of Sciences. What's all this? Notice about the research meeting on the adjustment of the special confidentiality clauses of the number 11 TV factory. Wait a second, it says this is sponsored by the Security Bureau? What am I looking at here? Wow, what the hell is this? The exits they take doesn't lead them directly to another room. It turns and bends in strange ways and leads straight down instead. They are caught off guard, and the architecture doesn't make much sense, though they see unfolding before them after passing through this weird hallway is what really catches their attention. Cables and wires on the floor make it look like yet another workshop in which TVs were once produced. The equipment, however, is gone, and boxes with unknown contents are stacked up along the edges of the room. This looks like a scene coming out of fucking Lane. The hanging bodies are a special detail, though. There are no lights on the ceiling. The only source of light is a large machine. The white shine of many screens illuminates the room, all of them displaying grainy, flickering static. This also looks like it came out of Persona 4. That's not a compliment, that's an insult. Justin doesn't understand what the strange images flickering on the screens could possibly mean. They keep changing between white and black noise, only flashing a little bit from time to time. Whenever an image flashes, the whole machine makes a buzzing sound, which is pure torture to the cat's ears. The Lane comparison was a compliment, though. Countless cables are hanging between the strange machine and the wall, turning the whole room into a net of twisted wires. They aren't simply loosely connected wires, but rather fixed cables. Huge yellowish green bags of cloth are hung up on them, dangling from the ceiling. They look like corpses. The bags are being tightened by the sheer fact of being suspended in the air, revealing an outline that hints at their contents, corpses. Although he would prefer not to think this way, the first thing that comes to mind is that it really does look as if human bodies have been wrapped and strung up in these bags. Someone forgot to open the color thingy. But things are about to get worse. The machine is the only thing that works in this factory. It is clearly something more than just a bunch of TVs stacked on top of each other. A mere glance at it is enough to fry Justin's poor small cat brain. His mind is blown. The reason for that is simple. Oh, hi, us. They are right there. Confronting his own self is enough to make his fragile mind crumble to pieces. Mow mow. Mow mow mow. Mow 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 mow. Mow 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 mow. All of a sudden, he can no longer understand what his friends are saying. Their words are nothing more than a tumble of sounds that he can't decipher. Mow, mow, mow. Is that supposed to be cat speech? Is that really talking? Why don't you talk like normal people? Wait, what am I talking about? How is this possible? Who am I? What are they? Why am I a cat? Why am I not a cat? And since when do cats... Mow, 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 mow. Who is that? The cat's full attention is instantly focused on the mysterious sweet voice. Although many living things are roaming this building, this is the first time they hear a human voice. Who is that? The words are reassuring and concerning at the same time. Zack is the first to regain his composure. Intrigued, he takes a step forward in order to investigate the source of the voice. The others follow, worried about falling behind and being left alone. They all poke their heads out of the shadows and take a look around. Mow? This isn't good. Not at all. What Justin sees far surpasses anything that his imagination could have ever come up with. Its long hair is the only thing that doesn't instantly conjure up a feeling of disgust. Its mouth protrudes, and its nose and eyes are obscured by shadow. Although its facial features are similar to others commonly found in nature, the combination of it all looks almost abstract. None of it makes sense. Hi, child from that one episode of Full Metal Alchemist / that chapter of the manga that everybody's traumatized by. You know the one. You know the one. His body is slightly hunched over, crouched down while all its limbs touch the ground. Its appearance doesn't differ all that much from that of a wild dog. Yet still, the structure of its hind legs and its claws are different from any ordinary animal. Thick fur covers its body. Sharp and thick nails scrape the floor, extending from its palms. The sound is highly unpleasant, resembling a meat hook being dragged across the hard ground. Nothing fits together. It's a wildly mixed and matched appearance that doesn't make any sense, no matter which way you look at it. Cecile stares at its eyes and tries to retreat, doing her best to move away despite Justin's and Neko's pushing and shoving behind her. Who is this? All it does is mumble the question again, while staring at the entrance. Mow? Hey, just what is this thing? Mow, mow, mow? I don't know. It's not like any animal I know. Mow, mow. Hey, keep it together. You have to stay calm. This is the worst possible scenario. Even Justin can't help but be affected by the overwhelming sensation of fear. Did that guy just say I? Sure, this isn't the first time they are facing a strange creature, but getting used to it is nothing more than a pipe dream. It will never feel normal, and the frail human mind is unable to get used to abnormal situations like this. Justin wishes for things to be different, but the fundamental workings of the mind are set in stone. He tries to maintain a semblance of control over the situation. He extends his paw to cover Zack's mouth and stop him from talking, but the difference in size makes his attempt futile. Mow, mow. Damn it, be quiet. Can you at least try to keep a low profile for once? Mow, what did you just say? Mow, mow, mow. Damn it, why us? We need more time to think. What is this? What is this? What the hell is this? Mow, mow. Store manager, Starlet, anyone help? Mow, mow. Justin can barely react. He doesn't know why Neko has started screaming, but something is sweeping towards them, fast enough so that all he can make out is its outlines. It reaches them before Neko has finished screaming. My honest reaction to that. At this critical moment, Justin instinctively steps in front of Cecile and Neko to protect them. His back is arched, though that is in large part due to his feline instincts, Hokatsu. He knows deep down that his posture will make no difference whatsoever. The difference in size is enormous, like a fully grown lion towering over a newborn cub. Its strong arms are big enough to simply squash a cat. The creature lowers its head, staring at the cats who are still in shock and frozen in place in their own useless hiding spot. One by one, it observes them from head to toe, coming so close they can feel its steamy breath. Ew. And then it speaks. Woof. Meow. Where is mommy? Justin can't believe his ears. Why would it say that? What is the meaning of this? It's not as if he wasn't prepared for things to take a strange turn, especially in light of the fact that being turned into a cat is already more than bizarre enough to begin with. Still, this is different from what he anticipated. He gulps and musters up all his courage to keep standing on all fours, because he's a cat, ready to drag his friends to safety. Mau. Listen closely. I'm going to count to 3, then we're gonna make a run for it. Got it? Mau. 3, 2, 1. Mau. Wait, is that blue? Neko's question visibly shakes the creature. It pulls back for a second and opens its eyes wide. Then it moves its head down towards the cats again. This time it leads with its nose, a careful, gentle movement. Whimpering. His strange voice sounds pained and filled with grief. Though Justin can't understand all the emotions behind it, it is clear to him that there is no sign of hostility there. It carefully extends one of its front paws and slowly inches closer towards Neko. Neko ears wiggle, and she starts to initiate a peaceful and gentle gesture in return. The two animals are about to connect on an emotional level without a single word. Who's there? This is the second human voice they've heard today. Meow. Confused whimpering. The hoarse, thick voice that comes to their ears this time sounds distinctly masculine. It is more fluent and faster than the abrupt and somewhat rusty pronunciation of the creature. It's coming from somewhere at the other end of the room, loud and intimidating. The voice reminds Justin of something dangerous. Rats. We're rats. We stalk at night, we pray at night, we stalk at night, we're the rats. Something is approaching, but there are no footsteps to be heard. There is something else in their place. Bricks. Meow! Watch out! More bricks follow, along with a few other random objects, because apparently we can't just, talk things through with cats. We have to throw bricks at them. Rats! Get out of here, rats! Get out of here! A barrage of clutter and debris flies towards the cats. No, don't want to. The long-haired creature twists and turns his body to shield the helpless cats from the onslaught. It doesn't manage to maintain this defensive position for long before having to raise its front legs to step back. Only then does Justin notice the sturdy collar around his neck attached to a heavy chain. Rats! Show yourself! Get out of here, rats! Rats! What is your problem with rats? Rats are fine. Meow. This is bad, run! Meow, but... Meow, just run! They all scamper towards the door. None of them dare to turn around, what with the chaotic sound still raging behind them. Luckily, the throws aimed at them aren't accurate. Though the objects are small, the velocity is enough to turn them into deadly projectiles that would be lethal to a cat upon impact. Why is this happening? Justin's thoughts are going berserk, but somehow that's the only question on his stressed mind right now. Although the situation is hard for him, someone else is much worse off than him. Yeah, like all of the people. Meow, Neko? Only now does Justin realize Neko has fallen behind somehow. She's in a bad spot. Having been scared and intimidated from the beginning, her situation is growing more dire by the second. To make matters worse, their pursuers seem to have caught on to this weakness. Rats. Filthy rats. Oh, come on. A lot of rats are in fact very clean. People are so rude to rats. Meow. Neko. Whimpering. Oh, thank you, creature. Just in time, the long-haired creature rushes towards Neko, blocking a brick flying straight at her at the very last second. Pain whimpering. The impact makes the creature curl up in pain, something that only seems to make the attacker even angrier. Get back here! That's about whimpering. Yanking the chain once more, the attacker forcibly pulls the creature back. Zack makes good use of this opportunity and runs up to Neko, slapping her on the head with his paw. Mau Mau, what the hell are you doing? Stop messing around! Mau Mau, you have to get out of here! Zack yells and grabs Neko's neck with his mouth, dragging her in the direction of the others. Ah yes, classic cat carry. The famous cat carry. The cats have no idea what's going on behind their backs. Then, they're gone. Well, that sucked. Mau Mau, that guy, it's definitely him. Zack keeps repeating those words despite Justin's multiple attempts to calm him down. Cecile doesn't understand why Justin would try to stop Zack. Though he may be a fool, he's right about 10% of the time. Damn. And in this case, everybody else agrees with him. They're probably just scared of accepting the reality of the situation. Mau, save your strength, Zack. There's no use in thinking about it too much right now. Mau, thinking? Who said anything about thinking? I'm freaking out. Mau, never mind. Forget I said anything. Mau, there's no way this is going to end well. Even as a cat, the hopelessness on Justin's face is as clear as day. Cecile can understand how Justin must feel. After all they've been, who knows how many more victims there are, how their own bodies are being treated right at this very moment. Then there's a bizarre machine and the creature. What could a small cat possibly do to change the situation? Determined to steer the conversation in a more productive direction, Justin turns to look at Neko. Mau Mau. Neko, what was it that made you call that chimera blue? Mau Mau. Call it a hunch or instinct, but why call it a chimera? Mau Mau. Just a random thought I had. Don't you think it looks like a bunch of different animals mixed together? Mau. Yeah, I see what you mean. The way it was moving on all fours look really unnatural. Still, you calling it that gives me the creeps. Mau. Guys, what's a chimera? Mau. For real, I know you don't read, but don't you at least play video games? Mau Mau Mau. It's a creature from ancient mythology. Its body is a combination of a lion, a goat, and a serpent. Sometimes, rather than a goat, it's not a chicken, a male chicken, a rooster. Obviously, that isn't the case with the thing we saw. I was just making an analogy. Mau Mau. Cool. Thanks for the lesson, nerd. Well, can't say I've ever seen an animal that strange before. Mau Mau. Anyway, to get back to your question, I only got the idea of calling out to it because it showed a reaction to our meows. Mau Mau. Store manager, Scarlet. Anyone help? Woof. Meow. Where is mommy? Mau Mau. Was it because of what I said? Mau Mau, that was a risk we're taking, right? Sometimes you just have to make a gamble. Though I kinda wish we'd been wrong. Poor thing. Mau. So it really is Scarlet's cat. Mau Mau. Let's give that guy a taste of his own medicine. Yo, you all saw him janking Blue's chain, right? Mau. Right. Mau Mau Mau. If we go back to rescue Blue, chances are we'll run into that guy again. Also, while he's guarding that weird machine, we won't get the chance to investigate further. Mau. So, any idea how we should approach this? How about sneaking up on him? Mau Mau. Not a bad idea in itself, but even if we can successfully sneak up on him, what then? There's not a lot we can do. We're not much stronger than newborn babies. Mau. And what makes you think we're all so weak? We won't know until we try. Mau. Look, Zack, it's simple. If we mess up, we're dead. End of story. Mau. Ugh, damn it, I guess so. Mau. We're not fighters, that's for sure. You have to find out what his weaknesses are. Fact is, if we don't plan this carefully, we're all going to die a painful and horrible death. I think I speak for all of us, even our more adventurous members, when I say we don't want that. Mau? We're on the same page, but how could we possibly find out what his weaknesses are? Mau. Or to phrase it differently, do we even know who that guy is? Mau. Well... Mau. Cecile lowers her head in thought and scratches her ears with her paws. She's always open to ideas and thoughts of her friends, but that doesn't mean she won't try to come up with something herself. Justin and Neko both seem slightly irrational in their thinking, maybe because of her strange lilac grass-induced journey back then. Cecile's thoughts are a lot clearer now, making it easier for her to remain calm in this situation. Mau. Let's see, I think we must have seen something somewhere. This time, it is up to Cecile to provide the answers. Okay, let's see. Who is responsible for all of this? The anonymous note. It's abandoned. Spiritual replacement. Well, it probably has something to do with these. Well, actually... Secret note. No, the note number 3, wasn't it? Maybe? Guardian. Well, yeah, it's definitely this guy. There was a writing in the circus poster, so it has to be this one. There, though. Secret note. PC consumption. Wait. Oh. It might be this one. I'm so smart. Today's owner of the factory. Mau. What if he's just a victim too? Mau? I'm sorry, what did you say? Mau, I mean, you remember the circus poster Justin found, right? On top of that, Neko found some rumors about child abduction and a strange circus, and it all leads back to that place. Mau, I'm still unsure about the child abduction thing, but we have all seen the circus part with our own eyes. That much is true. Wait, sorry, my nose is itchy. Mau. No, I'm right, we saw it. I'll be the first to admit it's not a performance I could sit through again. Yeah, kind of freaky. Mau. What bothers me the most is what we found written on the back of the poster. It mentioned an accident prior to us being locked inside. Mau. Someone let those people nearly starve to death on purpose, taking them away one after the other. We didn't see anybody in the room, which means the person who wrote on the back of the poster got taken away too. Or they, well, Mau. Granted, the writing on the poster only gave us limited information, but think about it. We've probably seen anything that hadn't been written down with our own eyes already. Mau. You mean whoever locked those people up and what they were taken away for? Mau. Right. Think about it. Someone who is on the brink of starving to death has no way of fighting back. Mau. That means the things written on the poster were made to last, in the hope that someone else would find them. Mau. Our best chance is to look for whoever has the most freedom around this place, as well as their counterpart, the person in the worst possible condition. Mau. I think Neko's right. That's our best bet. Mau. The person with the most freedom would be that man, for sure. The wild guard dog, too, but I don't think a dog would have locked up a bunch of people. Mau Mau. At the worst possible condition, that's got to be the thing we saw in the basement. Mau Mau Mau. It must know what the strange TV pile is for, or else it wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get us out of the room. Mau Mau. I doubt it knows how to operate such machinery. It didn't seem capable of that. So maybe it saw someone once and is now simply mimicking their behavior. Mau Mau Mau. You mean that guy was actually an animal that was brought in from the circus and got his body wet by accident, and then he locked everyone up and threw them in a cage? Mau Mau? Neko, you mentioned some very smart monkeys being part of that circus entourage. I wonder if that group of people somehow managed to replace a monkey's brain with a human's and then train it to make money. Mau Mau? It does make sense in that context, but it sounds awful. Mau Mau. Okay, slow down. So the monkey was the guy we saw in the room. Mau Mau Mau. That seems likely. Monkeys are already way smarter than average to begin with. Put it in a human body and the likelihood of such behavior gets amplified even further. Mau Mau. Well, shit. That sounds like the shoddiest horror movie script ever written. It's insane. You say that because you've never seen Birdemic. Mau Mau Mau. Let's be honest, what does insane even mean anymore? Nobody would have ever thought it possible to transfer a human into an animal's body. And look at us now. Mau Mau Mau. Going with that explanation, we still don't know why the power is always on in that place. But at least it explains the condition it's in. Yeah, it does. Mau Mau Mau. But then how do we explain the why? Wouldn't it be safer and more appropriate for you to leave the factory and get away from that place, especially now with a functioning body? I mean, maybe. Mau. I guess that's because he thinks that's not enough. Okay, well... I have to think about it. Subject... to... It definitely has to involve this one. Clearly stable. Okay, so it has to be the circus trolley. And is this one? I am so smart. Blind revenge. Yeah, that makes sense. Mau Mau. Revenge. Now that's a word I never thought I would associate with a monkey. Mau Mau Mau. It makes sense when you think about it. Even regular circuses get a huge amount of complaints by animal protection groups. This one is far from regular, so we have to assume the conditions those animals were kept under were horrible. Mau Mau. How could anybody be so heartless? Sitting in front row and denying by the suffering of animals. If I had the chance to give them a taste of their own medicine, I would take it, that's for damn sure. Mau. Forced transferable therapy, huh? Mau Mau. You're among friends here, not in an interview with a science journal. Mau Mau Mau. But it probably didn't know exactly how it all worked. It only thought of copying everything they did to themselves as well. And we all can see how that ended. Mau Mau Mau. Those affected were simply put in the circus cage. That would clear up who and what the replacement animals actually were. Mau Mau Mau. The idea was to make them the idea was to make their persecutors suffer the same way they did, yet in the end it led to the suffering of innocent animals. A twisted sort of irony, isn't it? Mau Mau. Those dogs we encountered, do you think we should try talking to them again? Mow. To be honest, I don't think that's going to work. We're cats. We don't even speak, let alone understand their language. Mow mow. We know now that he's just an animal at heart. We cannot smack him and win if we all work together. Zack stomps on the floor to show his determination. Mow mow mow. If working together isn't enough, we can add other ways of attack into the mix. You remember those places upstairs where the electricity is on, right? Let's split up and use that to our advantage. We can weaponize the electricity. Mow mow. Electrocution. You can be pretty heartless sometimes. Mow. Well, it's a risky plan, but considering our physical disadvantage, it seemed like our best course of action. Mow mow. Okay then, what do you all say? Are you in or out? We may not get another chance if we mess this up. If we wanna go through with this, we need to start preparing right now. Mow. It's better than burying our heads in the sun and giving up. Let's do this. With these words, Justin wags his tail and moves away. Neko turns around and looks straight into Cecile's eyes. It's as if she's looking straight through her and directly into her heart. Mow mow? What's wrong, Neko? Mow, it's nothing. Mow, huh, what a bunch of weirdos. Mow, but they're our friends, right? They're good people. Mow, yeah, that's not what I meant. Mow mow. What I meant was that there are times where everyone can help and be useful, and of course that includes you. Mow. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for everything. Let's go! Okay, thanks, Zack. Zack follows the other quickly in order to keep up with them, leaving Cecile behind with a big happy smile on her face. Mow. I actually helped. Cecile decides to savor this moment of blissful joy just a little bit longer. They all eventually return to the factory's first floor. Oh boy, back on this shit. Neko and Cecile opt for a different path, heading off somewhere else. The two men in the group exchange quiet small talk, careful not to get overheard. Mow, so what's your take? What do you think about this plan? Mow mow mow. There's a lot of risk involved, but considering our current bodies, I think it's the only option we have that gives us a fighting chance. Mow mow. I see. Glad to hear you're on board, Justin. Mow. It's not just me, we're all on board. Have a little more faith in yourself, okay? Mow. Right. Justin knows he's lying. Neko secretly objected to the plan before Cecile and Zack caught up with her. Justin obviously harbors similar thoughts, but he's keeping them to himself. Cecile and Zack both know nothing about that. Even though things are about to get serious, Justin can't help but smirk a little as he remembers Neko's smug expression. Mow. Hey, Zack. Mow, what up? Mow mow. Let's all go for a drink when we get our bodies back. Mow mow. I thought you're a man of the law. Hey, can you say that to a minor? But alright, I'll have a drink with you. That's fine by me. The little ladies can have an orange juice. Mow. You sure you're okay with that? Mow. Well, I repeated a year at school, you know. I don't feel like a minor anyway. What's with my life being what it is and all? What gave you the idea of having a drink in the first place? Mow mow. Nothing specific. Just wanted to do something to celebrate when all this is over. Mow mow. Cheer up, you'll get your drink soon enough. Things are about to go down. Mow. You're right about that. Justin slowly clasped his paws. Mow. As a matter of fact, looks like the show's already started. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Throwing a metal locker is incredibly difficult. He feels as if every single one of his muscle fibers is being thrown apart. It's already a difficult enough task for someone in a healthy condition, and 100-fold so for a massively malnourished body on the brink of starvation. The food they left behind was limited, and most of it has long since expired. The pain in his stomach has intensified to an unbearable degree. The thrill of revenge drives him, but there is always a price to pay. Just like his former master, he knows no mercy. Mow! The target is a lot more agile than anticipated, more so than the other stray cats so far. But with his stamina and endurance continually getting worse, he started compensating for that by laying out more traps all over the building. Humans are such troublesome creatures. He has been watching and learning for 3 years, and still he can't help but admit that his skills and intelligence are far from theirs. But none of that matters now. Now, all of this is his territory. He leaps and tries to drive the pesky little cat in the direction he wants it to go. He succeeds, and the screaming cat flicks its tail as it realizes there is no way to escape. Meow, 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 meow. I'm trying to canalize, like, I don't know, Frankenstein from like the original Frankenstein, like the black and white movie, but I'm not good at that kind of voice. It would be more appropriate if I did the cat voice. He's annoyed by the light. The contraption he put together out of TVs emits an irritantly bright white light, but it doesn't look the way he intended it. It's a far cry from the magical machine downstairs. He has gone to great lengths to make this place resemble the one from his memories. The chairs and the cage are very much improvised versions and not close enough to the originals, but he will have to make do with it for now. At least it's enough for him to torture them, enough to make these humans feel the pain they deserve. He keeps them locked up further upstairs, taking them down in turns. The look on the animals' faces when they see their beaten and abused former humans fills him with satisfaction. It doesn't matter to him that they are now in an animal body, an innocent, needlessly suffering wholly involved. A human being needs to suffer, that's it. He knows deep down there is something strange about that thought, but his drive is enough to push those thoughts aside. To him, that cat is still a person, as are the other 3. Catch them, let them watch their helpless human bodies be beaten to a pulp, let them jump through rings of fire. He doesn't actually have the means to get rings of fire, but the rabid mad dogs will do the trick just fine. Whatever means of punishment is available, he'll take it. Make them suffer. All of them will... Ugh. Regaining some focus after clouding his mind with thoughts of bloody revenge, he notices that the room seems strangely empty. He's nearly knocked over by the crowd rushing towards him from the cages. Yeah, those sound of pain. He roars and shouts, screaming orders that all fall on deaf ears. Fists, feet, and teeth bear down on him. It doesn't take long for his primal instincts to kick in. He lashes out, swinging his fists and kicking out with his legs. He slams his attackers to the ground, leaving them writhing in pain on the floor. For a moment, everything about him reverts to his old self, to memories of life in the jungle. A punch, a kick, another punch. A kick to the head follows. This is going to hurt. It doesn't matter, pay them back for everything they did. A bite that can't go unpunished. That should be enough. The chaos ends, though because of the adrenaline there's no telling how long the fight actually took. He feels pain in his heavy chest. A couple of hard blows directly hit his ribs, making it hard to breathe. His eyes are bruised and swollen, and something about his nose feels off. At least there's no blood coming from his nose yet, though he wouldn't be surprised if the bleeding started any minute now. Those cats have to pay for what they've done. He breathes heavily as he stomps through his circus and makes his way upstairs in just a few big angry steps. Die! He shouldn't have moved so hastily. It's the same trap that he designed from memory and hooked up to the electricity himself, a feat he is proud of to this day, and a trap that has proved useful more than once. However, he isn't the one who plays a trap right here at the entrance. Humans. Such a troublesome species. Yeah. The feeling of numbness that he still fears to this day has suddenly returned to haunt him. His blood is boiling, quite literally so. The stench of scorching coming from his body is growing ever stronger. He can't help but think that in his old body, the stench would have been even worse, since his current one is covered in a lot less hair. The pain is nearly bad enough to render him unconscious. His heartbeat is becoming more irregular, and he is sweating profusely. Close to blacking out, he can see a light approaching him. Though his mind is not the sharpest, even he can tell that something is seriously wrong. He reaches out with trembling hands to unlock the dull bite of the mechanism he built himself. At this point, he's incredibly thankful that he was unable to come up with a sharper design. His hands are numb, yet he is more aware than ever of his limbs, with a sudden sensation. He can feel his whole body. He understands exactly what's happening. He is going to die soon. He must get another body. The basement. That thing. Raven by no other thought, he kicks the rusty lump of metal away and crawls back into the hallway. Hi. In about 20 seconds, the man who was nearly burned to a crisp manages to retreat back into the room. Justin can't help but wonder just how strong his will to live must be to pull that off. Justin worries regarding the plan Justin's worries regarding the plan were never about the actual effectiveness of the trap, but more so about whether their opponent would actually fall for it. If you don't have enough power as a cat, why not use something specifically designed for humans? Use a trap you have personally had the misfortune of experiencing against the opponent. Justin's job was to help Zack carry the trap and connect it to the power supply. Afterwards, he would return to the basement in the hope that Neko and Cecile could successfully free the animals that are being kept there. That's the first step of the plan. Even though everything pretty much went that way, he would have never predicted things to unfold the way they did. They intended to neutralize their opponent, then lure Blue and their old selves away from the basement, giving them ample time to study the Were Machine. Instead, they now have to follow their retreating opponent back there. Their huge, angry, almost burned to a crisp opponent is crouching down next to the machine, and they are still trapped in their furry, weak little bodies. Also, Blue is still in the room. Just as Neko figured out the mechanism behind the colors lock, the opponent came back and the cats had to retreat back into the shadows. Meow. Meow meow. Meow. Jeez, he's a tough one. Gonna give him that. Yeah, not many people survive electrocution like that. Not without passing out. Anyway. Justin sees his friends emerging and can hear Zack mumbling to himself from a distance. He ignores Zack and instead focuses his attention on Neko. Neko quietly peeks out from around a corner and extends a paw towards Justin. It's hard for him to understand what she's trying to tell him, and he carefully observes the direction of her paw pointing in. That her paw's pointing in. What are you be pointing at? Whatever. His eyes stop at the densely packed cables on the floor. It's easy to see their opponent is injured and vulnerable right now. If they want to act, now is the right time. But taking the initiative is a little too risky. You, get over here. Panic whimpering. Justin quickly regains his focus and is already on the move again. The skinny human pulls a cable from the machine and ties it around his neck, then does the same to Blue. Confused whimpering. What follows is an unexpected effect. The TV stacked on top of each other suddenly glow brightly, and strange images are flashing on the screens. Justin can see all sorts of stories played out in front of him, reflected in his wide eyes. They don't seem to be in chronological order, but there is still a certain logic to them. Because of the way the TVs are arranged, Justin can differentiate between the 2 points of view, one struggling to survive the hard conditions of the circus, and one ripped away from a warm home. Two different cases of misfortune, yet the pain they share is similar. Justin even sees a moment where the two stories directly intersect with one another, a big pair of hands grabbing it, dragging it away from the light. The same thing happens twice from a different perspective. He also sees a place that seems oddly familiar. A mess of clutter and pile of items of clothing everywhere. A woman with short dark hair is in the room, and although she is well dressed, the clutter and chaos show her true personality. Scarlet. The instant he sees Scarlet, Justin begins to understand, at least vaguely, what is happening. If they don't intervene, her beloved Blue, her only family, will be thrust into a body with no future, never to be seen again. Meow, 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 meow. Cut the wires! Nico jumps up and throws herself into the frail before Justin can react. She runs up to the tangled cables next to the machine. What follows is the dull sound of crunching and tearing. Meow. Wait, what's your plan here? Meow, meow, meow. Don't just stand there. Find a way to turn that stupid thing off. Nico drags one of the bundles of cables across the ground and tugs as hard as she can. Her efforts don't seem to be making much of a difference. For a cat, it's next to impossible to go through plastic as hard and thick as this. Still, as Neko gives it her all, a spark comes from the device and it starts buzzing. Justin suddenly understands Neko's plan. He follows her example, looking for cables to tug at. Most of the cables look identical to his untrained eyes. He tries pulling on a few of them, but there are no sparks to be seen, and the cables aren't coming loose at all. Clearly not all the cables are hooked up to the machine. Maybe alterations were made at some point. A lot of the cables seem to be redundant relics of the past that won't be of any help right now. Meow, meow. Is this the right one? Meow, meow, meow. No, I think the one over there looks a little looser. Meow, meow, meow. Aren't they the same on both sides? Zack fiddles around with the cables surrounding him, but to no avail. Cecile appears to be just as lost as Zack and even manages to nearly get herself entangled in the cables. Relatable. Neko is an expert at this, having spent her entire childhood tinkering with tech and appliances. Her experience is useful in this case, but unfortunately, she's the only one in the group who can make sense of this mess. The Monkey Man and Blue are still undergoing the procedure. Justin looks on in disgust, wanting to stop it as soon as possible. But how to interrupt this? Meow, meow. What to do, what to do. Meow. I get it now. As Justin scratches his ears in fierce concentration, Neko exclaims loudly once again. She follows one cable in particular to the switchboard in the corner of the room and gets to work. Meow, meow, meow. 3 wires as protection. How can it? No wonder all that biting and annoying won't work. Meow. How are we doing over there? Meow, meow. Get ready, I'm going to upload 3 wires over here. See if that does the trick. Neko seems rather nervous, and her meows carry a trembling undertone. However, odd noises caused by her tinkering soon indicate that she's making progress. The lights in the room flicker, and the ever-growing feeling of uneasiness rising within Justin reaches new heights. Mom? Hey, are you sure about this? Meow, meow. Stop whining already. Just watch. I'm pulling. Here we go. This time, her actions yield results. A huge flash of light erupts with a thud and floods the room, then disappears as if nothing ever happened. It looks like things might have gone a little too well. Confused whimpering. The same odd occurrence repeats itself, again only for a short moment. There appears to be some sort of interference with the strange machine, causing both parties connected to it a great deal of disorientation. The Monkey Man's expression is horrifyingly grotesque, and he is obviously still somewhere else with his mind, but at least he's displaying some sort of reaction. Him doing so is both good and bad. Good because it means Neko is at the right spot and her actions are having an effect. Bad because that means he's now fully aware that somebody is at the right spot. He can't be allowed to come back to his senses. Justin looks around for some sort of distraction, but apart from Blue, there isn't much that catches his attention. Meow, meow, meow. Cecile, go see if you can find something to tie him up with. Meow, meow. Tie him up? Have you seen the size of that guy? Mom, would you rather sit around waiting to die? Just go already. Justin needs to do something too. Following Neko's example, he finds cables by the power distribution box and tugs at them as hard as he can. Of course, he has no idea whether or not he's tugging at the right ones, but anything is better than hiding. Also, he can't just leave Neko to do all the heavy lifting. He has to admit that he doesn't have the same courage and fortitude as Zack, but even if he can't fight head-on, he can at least cause a distraction, same as Neko. Without a real clue as to what he's doing, he puts all his trust in Neko. Justin makes up his mind. It's up to him to distract the enemy as much as possible by any means necessary. But things rarely work exactly as planned. Those sounds can be good. Mao. Whoops! Can't blame her for that. It could have happened to anyone. Okay, that's weird that he's doing this. Like, the background, I mean. There, who's... The man scratches his head. His breathing is heavy as he turns his head slowly, like a wild beast ready to start hunting. Then his gaze settles on Neko. Mao, Mao! Let him get near her! Mao, come get some! Zack, your cat! Zack flies through the air before he has even finished yelling, visible only as a blur. He pounces straight towards the enemy's head. No, get away! Flailing his arms and aimlessly kicking around, the man tries to drive away his feline assailant. He's still disoriented and stumbles around, looking like he could fall over any second, but the fact remains that he has a major advantage in both strength and size. Jump, dodge, and run. Intercept, chase, and block. Justin sees how Zack is knocked aside by the man's long, thin arm, barely managing to land on his feet as he lets out a pained growl. We can't expect Zack to find this battle on his own. Justin stops what he's doing and rushes towards the enemy, his teeth bared. Though Justin is not as experienced as Zack when it comes to ferocious fighting, 2-on-1 is always an advantage. Mao Mao! Over here! Justin takes advantage of his enemy's momentary distraction and claws his way at his heel. Ooh, the heel. Oh, that's a bad place. His skin is dry and fragile from being locked away for so long, and blood soon starts spurting. Justin's attack definitely has an effect. The man is clearly in pain and seems frenzied and even bloodthirstier than before. Justin collects his thoughts and concentrates on dodging the volley of kicks aimed at him. No, seriously, they really fucked up with this one. This was improperly placed. Mao! Hey, I'm still here, dude. Don't go having all the fun without me. Mao. Careful, Zack. I think we're really pissing him off. He's going crazy. Mao. Yeah, I can see that. Mao, are we ready? There's no response, but in this case, the fact eases Justin's mind a little. It means Neko is staying calm and fully concentrated on her job. Mao! Hey, Dumbass! I'm over here! No, stop! Mao! Try to catch me, you want me to stop? Take this! Zack has a good rhythm going, constantly jumping back and forth underneath his opponent's legs. Oh, that's kinda cute mentally. Like the mental image. He looks like a bullfighter in action, cleverly evading incoming attacks. Well, except the part where, you know, he's getting attacked, but that sounds kinda cute, like big fluffy cat between your legs. Punching, kicking, biting, the man is using every means of attack available, smashing apart the room in the process. Much to Justin's dismay, the man seems to be recovering and regaining accuracy. Mom, jeez, that was way too close. Mom, are you okay? Mom, yeah, an inch closer and I would have been minced cat. Mom, what now? Mao. First we should... Another fierce attack interrupts the conversation. Mao! Talk to me! Mao! Neko, say something, what's the situation? Mao! Don't rush me, I'm busy! She manages to cut through another one of the protective wires. Oh, here we go again. Another headache, this time even more severe than the last one. This could work to their advantage. They can all feel the impact, and with their opponent still fresh out of the machine, it must be even worse for him. As much as he wants to take advantage of the situation, paws aren't a weapon to be heavily relied on in a serious fight. Mom, where's the seal? Mom, I don't know. I told her to go look for something. Mom, how can she be sneaking around at a time like this? Mom. Ah, over there. Mom. Hey. Still is close to them, dragging a thick cable from underneath the machine. She's doing a good job, but her efforts don't appear to be producing the same results as Neko's. Mom, what the hell are you doing? Get over here and help! Mom, wait, I'm still... Mom, screw it, there's no time for that! Zack often speaks to Cecile in a somewhat rude and direct fashion. They've known each other long enough not to bother with formalities anymore. However, Zack has forgotten one thing. Losing your temper at such a crucial moment can have devastating results. The situation changes. The impact is almost enough to knock Justin's soul out of him. You mean out of the cat? He's pretty sure his left hind leg is at least sprained, and his tailbone is sore from the pressure. But with cat bones being as fragile as they are, the force of the impact is a lot worse than anyone could have anticipated. Zack doesn't seem to have it much better, and both of them roll and tumble along the ground, immobilized. Fortunately, they both are knocked out completely. However, the same thing is true for the enemy. Justin hears Cecile's anxious cries, and with the little spare energy he has left, he assesses the situation and arrives at a conclusion. There's no time left. Because the enemy is staring right in Neko's direction, who's still at the switchboard. Well, more fact. Oh, Neko, look out! Mo, stop screaming, be quiet! Using covers Zack's mouth with the least ounce of his strength, and Neko doesn't make a single sound. She has to do everything in her power to avoid being discovered. The monkey man looks exhausted, and he nearly slips on the floor as he stumbles and turns. The second wave of interference from the machine must have affected his vision somehow. Every now and then, he waves his hand as if trying to repel something that only he can see. He's behaving like a monkey, being led around in chains, reverting to his old self for a moment. Mow. 3 wires as protection. How cunning, no wonder all that biting and gnawing would work. Mow? How are you doing over there? Mow. Get ready, I'm going to unplug 3 wires over here. See if that does the trick. 3 of them. 2 waves of interference have already occurred, meaning if Neko's judgment is right, a third will follow. Justin is in too much pain to be happy about the anticipation. He just wants things to be over. Mow, come on, just one more. In his mind, Justin cheers Neko on. However, some things are not meant to be. Luck is not on her side. After a spectacular display of spark flying everywhere, Neko suddenly jumps out, twitching as if she's on fire. It's easy to see how much pain she must be in right now. Yep. Wait, Another howl. This time the monkey man moves without even giving Justin time to react. Of course he fucking doesn't. His large battered body stumbles and slides across the room, closing the distance to Neko at an alarming rate. Mow. Please, dummy, help me. You. Die. Cecile, are you gonna save the day, or... Mow. No. Mow, stop it. Cecile is gonna save the day in 3, 2, 1. Letting out a ferocious roar in an attempt to get the frenzied man's attention is futile. As he is so enraged, he doesn't even notice it. It shouldn't be like this. He has so much more left to say to that little girl. Everything seems to happen in slow motion. In his head, multiple endings to this scenario play out, none of them pleasant. There is no changing the inevitable. Then the raging man suddenly comes crashing to the ground. Ah. Thanks, Cecile. Mau Mau? What? Mau. What's going on? The man is stopped in his tracks, just a few steps short of Neko. Not because he has given up, and not because of his frail state. Ah, let go. He is being restrained and is unable to move his body. His trembling feet are plunged deep into a tangled up pile of cables on the ground. Mau Mau. Gosh, I can't believe it actually worked. The crazy creature struggles on the ground, but the more he thrashes about, the more cables start wrapping themselves around him. Usually these thick cables wouldn't pose such a threat, but thanks to Cecile's preparation, they are arranged in a way that makes it much more likely to trip over them. Her efforts pay off in a major way. Thanks, Cecile. Thank you for saving us. Justin can barely believe what he's seen. Mau Mau! Quick, we need to have her! Right now, Cecile is the calmest of them all, which might be due to the fact that her plan was so successful. She loosens the wire in her mouth and wags her tail at Neko. Mau! Hurry! Mau! The opportunity is too great to miss. Driven by the sound of Neko's voice, Justin grabs the thickest cable next to his feet with his mouth, gathers all his strength, and pounces at the teaching target. No, get away. Okay, this is horrifying in a way because I know that cats are capable of eating corpses. So, yeah. He still doesn't seem to understand why his work has failed. He's at the end of his tether, so weak that he can't even shake off a few cats. Mau! Damn it, don't make me do this. Mau Mau. You, calm down, we'll find a way to fix it. Cecile has been waiting to say this, yet even after her statement, the monkey still struggles. Justin knows it's an empty promise. You, evil. You, evil. Mau, man, just shut up. Justin can hear Neko mumbling to herself. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Mau Mau, there's a difference between what you're doing and what they have done. Being mistreated, becoming human, and then torturing the humans that have been put in animals, none of that is simple. The scope of this act of revenge has reached a level of madness. Wandering around this twisted fortress for the last 3 days is proof of that. All that can be found here are the remnants of a tragedy. It all ended in hopelessness long before the 4 investigators became involved. There is nothing they can do to fix this. No, not me. No, not the same. Me, you, not the same. Not like you. Me, no, no, damn, you. Dude, calm down. Yeah, come on, just die. It's better for everyone, including yourself. Well, that happened. And now for the afternoon news. The Mato Animal Control Service issued a statement yesterday. Following an anonymous call, the service found a large number of stray animals at a construction site in town. After a nightly emergency operation, most of the animals are now emotionally stable. At this point, the disappearance of pets in the city over the last several months seems to have been resolved. The association said that they have been working together tirelessly with provincial organizations to raise sufficient emergency funds, and that these animals will finally have a safe and stable place to stay. The Mato Animal Control Service has published a list of pet hospitals and veterinary clinics that are temporarily listing rescued animals on their official websites. Please contact the association to help the owners recover their pets. Awesome! Things like that fill my heart with joy. Yeah, something is better than nothing, I guess. It's amazing how you guys can make such a huge deal out of a simple investigation. Maybe I should stay away from you from now on. Whatever you say, boss. I just like contradicting you. Let Scarlet take the blame. If it hadn't been for her cat, we wouldn't have gotten wrapped up in this mess in the first place. Well, we do take on those kinds of investigations. Don't say that it's my fault this time. If we had ever discussed it, what to do in case of an accident, we wouldn't have made such a mess of it. I guess I was mistaken. What you're saying is true, but our nerves are still on edge. I'll take a while before we can all calm down again. Now you know how hard it is to get a job in this business, right? I'm not in a position to accuse someone else of sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. Saki's right, anything is better than nothing. I turn off the TV and leave the room for a breath of fresh air. The situation certainly isn't that simple. The Mate Animal Control Service received an anonymous call from us, and I remember every word of it because none of the 4 people who came to the phone could speak normally and coherently for more than 3 seconds. They were all over the place. We placed more than just one anonymous call to an institution that night. Public opinion on law and order has become tense of late, so the news hasn't reported that the city's psychiatric hospital is brightly lit these days. Neko talked me out of trying to find further treatments. Even if someone switches back to their original body, the spirit has lost its past shape completely. They don't feel human anymore. Even if they don't recover their minds, I'm afraid that no one will believe their nonsense. Now that the culprits have been discovered, it would be most helpful to society to let the relevant departments put an end to this matter. I wonder if that guy knows anything. I can't put that idea into practice though. It's never been up to me to decide when he comes and goes. Sorry, can I use the bathroom again? I keep finding this feeling that I ate something bad. Sure, I'll be downstairs. There's no point in dwelling on it uselessly. That's not my style. I raise my head and take a look outside. The sky is clear for once. There's no one there. No cats either. And that's the successfully completed chapter 4 achievement. Wait, why aren't we going back to those notes? I don't think there's anyone here anymore. I guess not. So why did you call me? It's nothing good. I saw you guys come to the school with that kid. Do you know her? It's more than just knowing her. Actually, I'd rather not know her. What is your relationship with her? She's the daughter of a friend. Sounds like an excuse, but I'm sorry, as you can see, I'm rather busy at the moment. So what do you want? I didn't want to get involved again, but with all the weird stuff going on at the school lately, I have to say this for everyone's safety. Oh, what's going on? Listen, 3 years ago, You, Jasmine, it hurts. Stop trying to talk, come on, take a deep breath. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. Get out of here, get out of the way. No, there's not even a heartbeat, it doesn't make sense. Why? Keep it up. Unfortunately, because of your companion's recklessness, even if the being behind this child's connection is as capable as it is, there's nothing you can do about it now. And I'm afraid I have something even worse to tell you. Wait, that bell. What are you going to do with it? I don't like meaningless questions, Professor. Obviously, I'm going to use it to do this. Is it really okay that we came here without the store manager? Zil whispers quietly to Neko, who is exploring the room in front of her. He can't leave the building anyway, so what would be the use in telling him? She has a point. That's not what I meant. Come on, that guy was burned to cause trouble, and if he really knew about this, who knows what would happen? I don't think we're really in any position to say that about someone else. You're annoying. Now that we're here, let's just get it over with. Okay. The seal watches Zack crack his knuckles and sigh as he kicks away the small trap under his feet. Not long after regaining her senses, Neko began to repeatedly urge everyone to start this investigation. This made Cecile very curious. Even though Neko has agreed to be a member of the investigation team, she's never taken the initiative before. She doesn't know why Neko suddenly cares so much, but Cecile obviously couldn't let such a young girl go off on her own to what was once an incredibly dangerous place. Even if that young girl is much more experienced than herself, and the factory is empty and peaceful once again. Without the hollow barking and howling, the place suddenly feels so empty is now a different kind of scary. The lights haven't been repaired yet and aren't likely to ever be, and the group is illuminating the place step by step with the light from their phone screens. You have phones. In 2017. They have like, you know, like light modes. You don't need the screens themselves, you can just use the, like, whatever. From a higher point of view, this place doesn't look like a mess at all. You could have climbed onto a table as a cat too, but you would have had a cat's perspective all the same. Why does this feel so weird? It should be the complete opposite. Who knows, I don't think it's that simple to rewire the brain. I'm still not sure if I'm really intact again. I saw a cucumber on the side of the road this morning and almost jumped into the ditch in shock. That's lame. But we're still incredibly lucky. At least we got back to our true selves pretty quickly. I wonder if Scarlet's cat is really okay. It knows human language now, right? It's just a cat. Just starting over a new leaf, right, Neko? Why so silent? It's nothing. Neko shakes her head, pushing away Zack's hand that was about to pat her head. She walks over to the side of the room and fumbles carefully with something in the safe. It really is still here. Is that the book we saw the other day? Yes, we didn't have time to get a closer look back then. Destruction and Origin of Time. I like to see what might be what might be hidden in here. Neko mumbles to herself as she flicks through the book. Still looks over Neko's shoulder, trying to read its contents. It's another pile of paper, hastily stapled together. The whole thing looks very inconsistent, and the cover is a simple sheet of checker paper. Despite its very humble appearance, the content of this book is simply astonishing. The author conducts a serious analysis on how to create a whole that connects different points in time, and the attached data is extremely detailed. The theory mentioned in the book is obscure, but the result is not that difficult to describe. A large amount of electrical energy is thrust into a structure made of superconductive devices, allowing the space near the structure to enter the cotemporal phenomenon, as the author calls it. Objects under the influence of this cotemporal phenomenon will no longer follow the linear characteristics of time, but will form closed loops. They will remain present in a state of consistent being, regardless of which point in time they are currently in. In short, as long as the device that guides the cotemporal phenomenon is placed in a different space-time position and remains open, objects affected by it enter the cotemporal state and lose the continuity of space-time, simultaneously existing in two different points in time. Schrodinger's everything, I guess. According to this text, it's even possible to synchronize two different points in time and have them overlap. The author describes in detail the possible configuration of the aforementioned superconducting devices. However, he also points out that the power requirement for all this is so immense that today's basic technology isn't equipped to handle such devices. Interestingly enough, the book seems to be classified as theoretical physics, but the author uses words such as prototype and reference sample, as if the results of some kind of ongoing reverse engineering are being reported. At the moment, we cannot find a device that could serve as a power source. This little box could potentially be used as a weapon, but it's so much more than that, brimming with limitless potential and endless possibilities. After reading this, I don't think it's a good thing to understand this content anymore. But it's necessary. Haven't you noticed that the place looks different? That was us. No, I mean an actual person. The cluttered room is indeed a little different from how Cecile remembers it. She examines the corners of the table carefully, noticing a gap between the table's edges and where the dust has settled. It gives her an uncomfortable feeling. Cecile can't remember moving any of these things. There may be a lot of weird coincidences in this world, but a couple of TVs that make for such an amazing machine. This is something different. You think we're not the only ones who know about this place? Probably not. It's just my intuition. It seems so unnatural, as if someone is trying to protect this place by always keeping it in the same state. Normally, an abandoned factory wouldn't still have electricity everywhere. Who's there? Huh? My honest reaction to that? Neko's sudden reaction takes Cecile by surprise. She can see a shadow moving from the corner of her eye. What's wrong? Hey, talk to me. Forget it. We have to go after it. Stop! Run away! Wait a minute! Hey, at least explain. I'll explain later. Hurry to the basement! I know, shut up! Neko, wait for me! The anxious Neko simply ignores Cecile and disappears at the end of the passage. Shit, you think I can die from too much breathing? They still won't listen. What should we do? Should we go after them? Don't be careless. We tend to act impulsively when we know something's wrong, but we have to be careful. Neko! Not you too! Cecile and Zack throw each other a worried look before trying to catch up with their friends who've run ahead without so much as a backwards glance. This isn't normal. Neko is usually the first one to hold the others back before they do anything irrational. Even though Cecile has only known Neko for a month, she can't imagine what would make the otherwise so experienced girl act this disoriented. The store manager has always been reluctant to reveal anything about her past, but from what Neko has mentioned, it was definitely extraordinary. When such a straightforward attitude and professional skills that basically borders on magic overlap, it would be hard for her to have turned out just like any other ordinary girl. What did she see that made her act so desperately? Does this have something to do with her past? What was going on? Could they do anything to help her? All kind of thoughts are racing through Cecile's mind, and she almost forgets where Neko ran off to. She runs the stairs down as fast as she can, taking 3 steps at a time, before stepping into a dark room. This? She can't believe her own eyes. The dense web of cables is still taking over most of the space, just as it did before, and the other apparatus in the middle is standing there, as if fast asleep. But it hasn't been shut down. It's breathing as if it were a living thing. Its light spans, converges, and expands again with such regularity that even the pure white color itself seems to be alive. Cecile isn't the only person in the room. She sees Zack, who looks dumbstruck. She sees Zack, who looks... that would be Justin, who also looks dumbstruck. She sees Neko staring mindlessly at the apparatus, her eyes wide. Yeah, that's a new expression that she's getting. She can see that thing reflected in Neko's eyes. Hi, small child. She's kinda cute. Are you a horror? Are you a horror beyond my comprehension? Are you a cute horror beyond my comprehension? The shadow is young, dressed in red with... That's pink. Come on. That's like dark salmon. That's not red, that's pink. Or salmon, like dark salmon. With 2 little pigtails. These are the first things that come to Cecile's mind, but she doesn't recognize the shadow. Neko does. My honest reaction to that? Jasmine? It wakes up. It's really you. The young girl's voice is cold and monotonous. No, why are you here? No, why are you here? No, why it has to be here? Huh. Cecile isn't exactly sure what she's seeing. She doesn't feel like she can trust her own eyes right now. Fortunately, this Jasmine doesn't pay her any attention. It's time to get to work, Neko. At some point, a coil of cable appears in Jasmine's hand. The next moment, Cecile feels a cable around her neck. Now let me see it. Englishman in New York? Is that like a werewolf in London kind of... Oh, what? 11-7? That's... What the hell just happened? Why are we not in the store? Well, that's about it. Do you want to go outside and find something to eat? I sigh and cast my eyes over the few remaining occupants of the room. They don't react, but the tension in the air has finally subsided a little. Oh, hi Scarlet. Oh, hi Guy, who we don't know what the fuck he's doing. Even so, this isn't the time to crack a joke. I scratch my head, unsure of how to continue the topic. It isn't my first time working with them, but even Dan, who is usually the most flamboyant one of the lot, is suddenly so quiet that I can't help but worry about whether the rest of the job will go well. This guy is the flamboyant one of the team? Although I've always heard about it, it wasn't until I really set roots down in Tora that I began to notice the city's restless, strange atmosphere. An uneasy feeling of hope is hidden beneath everything. Pedestrians and taxi drivers I chat with seem rather detached from everything around them. In any case, Tora isn't an isolated poor place, and it has recently begun its plans to open bridges to the surrounding economic centers, so there's little reason for such gloom to be hanging over it. Thinking of it that way, the city's recent state of affairs is very curious. You're going to grab a bite somewhere else? You know you could eat here too. Jasmine suddenly opens the door and pokes her head in, looking like she must have overheard our conversation. She's the daughter of the owner of the house and seems to be in 6th grade. Many generations of the Chu family have a unique musical talent. This little girl has been hosting our group of freaks on behalf of that busy father of hers. Aww. I'll go down to my pack of cigarettes first. You guys should pack up. Okay, I'll change my shoes. I don't know how well that guy, who has a bit of a reputation, knows his friends, but he probably doesn't know anything about them sending a group of strangers to the school festival. Otherwise, as lenient as he is, he wouldn't have let his own children interact with us. In 2 days' time, Tora Memorial High School will be celebrating its 80th anniversary, and Jasmine, a well-known local child star, has naturally been invited to perform. At the same time, we were secretly hired to investigate a series of supernatural happenings at Tora Memorial High School. It's basically an impossible job. I smiled bitterly. The amount of labor it would take to get that precious research manuscript is too much. Scarlett is probably doing it for the firm, and Danny is doing it to return the favor of helping him get his citizenship. As for Neko, as long as she can get out of that orphanage, she probably doesn't care where she goes. We've been called up many times for similar reasons. Neko was the last new member to join us, but I already know about the other two strengths and weaknesses from past jobs. I sell my knowledge, Scarlett sells her quick tongue, Neko sells her talent, and Danny is often the only one who actually faces the danger. Incredible. This combination certainly doesn't lead to any serious and decent jobs, so the fewer people who know the inside scoop, the better. The head of the Chu family has entrusted us with the task of looking after Jasmine during the school festival, and we are left with the knowledge that there is a tiger lying in wait, which is pretty stomach-churning. I'm going down to buy a pack of cigarettes. You guys should hurry up and pack. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Why are you guys looking like that? Wait, huh? Why are you suddenly practicing your vocals, Neko? Did Jasmine singing inspire you? No, Stop talking gibberish. I'll see you downstairs. As long as they remember what they have to do, they should all be fine. I got used to working with this bunch of weirdos pretty quickly too. Oh god, did all get transport in time? There's still a lot to do today, but I should get in shape first. I opened the door and tried to get a few breaths of fresh air. Because like those faces. It's finally gone. The little girl hides behind the door and breathes a sigh of relief. His body is very small, which makes hiding extremely easy, but his body size is obviously a problem. His strength has returned to that of a child, and he's having mixed feelings about it. Even the door is heavy. Setting aside the age difference, children who grew up under different circumstances are decidedly different. His childhood, when not extravagant, was acceptable. At least he didn't have to clean his own place or run from the police on the streets, or be chased to death by the person who owned his wallet. And the difference in exercise has caused very different muscles and physiques to develop. He can't swing his arms and legs as he usually would, since that would look as if he were trying to swim in midair. His body is also a little too light, so he has to be careful not to run into walls. He feels worse than he would in a straitjacket. When he turns back around, there is nobody else in the hallway. That's a stroke of rare luck. If anyone were to see him like this, he'd be sent straight to the psych ward. That wouldn't be good at all. But that isn't his being concerned right now. The little girl walks back to the room, in which several people have gathered, and slams the door shut. What? The tall woman sitting on the sofa cries out. It doesn't match his memory of the usual stern lawyer. He has a sudden urge to laugh, but it is quickly overshadowed by sheer mental exhaustion. exhaustion. Oh, lighten up, will you? The big guy next to the lawyer starts making weird noises too. He's not sure if that man has always been like this, but it doesn't seem like it. He vaguely remembers his face, and in those memories, the man is quite the opposite of stupid. All of this is like a cruel joke, as if his misery were serving as entertainment for the fate itself. If madness could solve the problem, he would probably accept it just like that. But that isn't an option. He hasn't gotten to the bottom of the situation yet, and there's still a lot of work to do. The time to give up hasn't come yet. My honest reaction to that? The two of them look very unusual, but he himself isn't doing much better. It isn't a question of familiarity or lack thereof. The boss and the little girl he met earlier seem quite familiar with each other. They must know each other from somewhere or even be working together. The rest of the group, however, is a different story. As a rule, people who know each other well would not be hovering in corners, surveying each other like this. Don't tell me. Scarlet is definitely having some kind of issues, and the other man seems very uncomfortable with the whole situation. Considering his own situation, a theory comes to mind. It's an absurd theory, but it is most likely one. It could even be verified. However, for the time being, he has no intention of putting it to the test. No matter how nervous the other two are, they should reveal their identities right now. Putting Scarlet aside, the other person is kind of scary. Let me guess. Justin is in Neko's body, Cecile is in Dan's body, and Saki is in Scarlet's body. Either that or Saki is actually in Neko's body. Why the hell are we... If this memory is as accurate as he has always prided himself on, that guy's appearance means nothing good. Although it may sound like trying to give someone else the blame, there is no doubt that Hilda's death has something to do with him. The boss seems to know this guy, even though he never mentioned him at Hermitage. He called him the boss. It has to be Zack. Wait, no, he mentioned Hilda, so it has to be Justin then. If they could have predicted his existence, perhaps fewer people would have died on the rooftop. The so-called Suleiman's dust was quite effective. If he knew about it, he could have at least told them that such a thing existed. However, the boss never said anything like that. In other words, this guy seems pretty obvious. What should he do now? Should he continue to pretend to be Neko or avoid the other two so as to not arouse suspicion? He weighs the pros and cons in his head, but standing still like this might be even more suspicious, so that gives him little time to think. He should find a place to sit down and wait for the others to make their move. He deliberately glances out of the window and slowly approaches the sofa on one side of the room. However, the whole thing doesn't go as planned. That should be all. Huh? The young girl's voice is coming from behind them. The door he closed himself just moments ago before must have been open again, very quietly, allowing the little girl to slip inside. Even if she has the key, the door lock should still have made a sound when she opened it. Although it was just a basic precaution to ensure they wouldn't be overheard, she overcame it a little too easily. He turns around and surveys her carefully. The little girl, dressed in red and wearing pigtails, looks no different than she did just a moment before. However, her eyes are colorless, like two lifeless glass beads. This single fact has changed her completely. What can we do for you? Scarlet blurs the words out timidly, and her efforts pays off. At least, it looked like they did. Very distant, you guys had. What? Her words are followed by dead silence. Even a child wouldn't speak in such a strange way. She tilts her head slightly, as if she were trying to dig through the letters in her head and put them into words one by one. Her voice sounds completely emotionless, like a simple translation software. It sends goosebumps all down his back. Even if it might only be delaying the inevitable, something has to be done. He hasn't grown used to his dainty fingers yet, and the clothes wrapped around his thin body don't have all the tidbits he's used to carrying around. But he has no intention of using such obviously hostile tricks here anyway. He has to find a way to keep the conversation going, so he can gather some more clues. He settles towards the back of the couch, trying to make himself look more inconspicuous. However, his mind betrays him as ominous memories start to emerge. Yes, he's seen this kid somewhere before. Wait, are you just mean? You don't. Ignoring everyone's dismay, the little girl walks to the center of the room and stares straight at the remaining people, her two eyes strangely meeting everyone's gaze at once. The light begins to flicker. It may just be his imagination, or it may not. Whatever. He hopes it's the former, but things don't always go as planned. She drops a second bomb. Hello, Cecile, Zach, and Justin. And that starts chapter 5. Well then, that's a change of pace. Not very talkative today, huh? What's going on? It's nothing, just a little dizzy. Guess I'm still not used to the climate down here. Yeah, I know that feeling. Don't you feel anything, manager? Come on, do you really think I could have done my job here for years if this climate bothered me? If you can't handle the weather here, the weather around Myanmar will kill you. The mosquitoes there are bigger than your fist. Anyway, cheer up, we're almost there. I sure hope so. Knowing that they can't change the situation anyway, Zack buries himself in the van's back seat instead. Jasmine can't stop moving and keeps sliding around in her seat. Scarlett smiles at the side in Cecile's trademark way. As far as Neko is concerned, the situation couldn't be any worse. Justine's sudden change into a little girl bothers him more than words could ever describe. Jasmine, what the hell is going on? What is the last thing you remember? The last thing, we were in the abandoned factory, we had a plan, we wanted to get rid of that machine, we went back there after having recovered our bodies. Neko said she saw something and led us all to the basement, and that's where we saw you. Then that pile of TV started to glow, I was getting pretty dizzy because there was light everywhere, there was a bundle of wires around my neck, and then... Wait, that instrument started up again. Replace more than at the same time. Replace, past, again, possible. Even if that's true about it being replaced, when you say past, you mean... No, that's not possible, that's ridiculous. I think I saw a newspaper somewhere around here. Ah, here it is. Let's see, jokes aside, it couldn't have been that easy. What? What's wrong? This newspaper is from a year ago. Really? Here. 1 year ago, you look the same. You right here a year ago. If that actually is true, Zack needs to calm everyone down and straighten his thoughts, which have become a muddled mess. The world really doesn't care much for sense and reason. Besides, Zack can barely control himself right now. His body is overflowing with energy. He feels as if he's controlling a barrel of dynamite. That guy Dan must have an exciting past. His brain still needs time to get used to this new body, while Zack has basically switched from an average car to a racing car. Just in driving Neko's body must be like changing to a tricycle. Not to mention the other difficulties of suddenly becoming a girl and watching yourself take over your friend's body. He decides to chat a bit with the others to ease the mental stress of being the largest and most intimidating body of the lot. Speaking of which, have you ever seen this Stan? He looks so serious. No, I haven't. When my classmate and I were in danger, the store manager was very serious, but even then he wasn't like this. Scarlett's voice is higher and quieter than it would usually be. He's like a person? Has he really not been replaced like the rest of us? Jasmine says no, so it's probably true, right? Jasmine, I wouldn't take her words at face value. The girl's strange behavior didn't last long. After blurting out a couple of confusing words, she fell back onto the couch as if she were completely exhausted. It took her nearly half a minute to regain her composure. After she recovered, she looked even more surprised than anyone else. She wandered around the room, asking the equally confused tenants what had happened. That put Cecile and Justin in a tricky situation. It was with great difficulty that they turned her attention to today's trip and left the residence. If the whole thing had taken even 5 minutes longer, the store manager would definitely have become suspicious. By the way, what does this kid wants us to do after all that god-awful rambling? She said a mission has to be completed again. There weren't that many details about it, it's all a blur now, except for the fact that we have to follow the store manager's lead. I'm a little worried about something else as well. If we are really gone back a year, aren't we looking into the past? I don't quite understand what you're trying to say. I mean, maybe there are scaly silkworms here too. At that moment, Justin, who has been hovering on the sidelines as background decoration, finally speaks up. I would advise you not to think about that. The guy didn't mention any risk like that at all. Moreover, Jasmine must have had her reasons for sending us here, otherwise she wouldn't have come by to say hello in person again. If she wanted to trap us with a scaly silkworm, it wouldn't be worth the risk, would it? That's true. It can be very welcome. It can very well come back to life, right? Well, it's done is done, I guess. Nico's eyes, cracking her knuckles and shaking her head helplessly. The two tufts of unruly hair that are perched on top of her head like cat ears flutter gently, similar to the real ones she had in her cat form. On an optimistic note, I've had worse things than these happen to me. I'll apologize to Neko later. Well, it's good that you're thinking so open-mindedly. I don't think Neko's going to see it that way. Getting a chance to apologize is better than getting no chance at all. I don't have time to worry about someone who isn't even here. So do we really have to follow the boss around today? We're obviously going to do something strange, aren't we? What else can we do? Right now we don't even know what the strange part could be exactly. Let's find a way to play this out the way it happened a year ago. With a store manager there, we must have some kind of knowledge, more or less. We'll be able to understand what will happen later if we gather more information. Besides, it's important enough to find out who you actually are. I don't want to keep following a suspicious character around. Hey, I'm not suspicious. Not you, Zack, but Dan is different. You said you saw him in the park the other night, or have you forgotten? I don't quite understand why he went to the Sanjun building to stir up trouble if he's afraid of the store manager, and it seems the manager doesn't even know about that. It's not just the Sanjun case. Let's not forget that he was also involved in the Gargo affair too. I can't tell what that guy is up to. This whole thing is so confusing. Either way, nothing good can come of this if the manager is involved, because... What are you saying about me? The subject of the conversation suddenly turns around in the front seat, looking curious. The atmosphere in the back now, which was starting to get a little heavy, is completely thrown off course. Zack's hand and feet scramble around frantically as he tries to lean casually against the window, pretending to be doing nothing. Neko is talking to Skull and Dan. Do you want to hear too? I see. What are you whispering about? Thinking about what to do next? Say, we're going to the school, right? Tora Memorial High School. We're sort of alumni who came together for the festivities, so at least the doorman won't be suspicious about our identities. But I guess there's no need to be nervous anyway. The guys are already going crazy, what with all the people helping with the preparations. Isn't this just a formality? Why would a middle school festival be so high profile? Because the school has a ridiculous high standing. You know how big it is? How big? It occupies 900 acres of land. They have their very own mountain in the backyard. There's an audible intake of breath from everyone in the car. What? That big? Phoenix, my old high school kept advertising how big they were. And that was only about 160 acres. That's why they call it a ridiculous school. They have enough resources to start their own university. That's not luxury anymore, that's paranoia, isn't it? Tora Memorial was built to honor the city's honorable leading figures, that's why it's so unusually large. After all, you have established the city's great status, so it makes sense that it's so grand, but I actually heard that they tore down a family's ancestral shrine in order to build that school. Oh, so it's totally haunted, okay. I didn't know there were schools like that until now, so low-key. Basically, the public voluntarily put in tax dollars when the government raised money for it. If it weren't for this strange incident, the city wouldn't have any complaints about it, and the whole thing certainly wouldn't be on the news so much. I think I remember something. Last year, Memorial School had this huge school fair and... Huh? The lawyer suddenly frowns, covering her mouth quickly with her hand. What happened? What's going on? You've gone on bail. I don't know, She looks around confused, as if she's lost all memory of what they were talking about just now. We can discuss all your questions later, okay? Get ready. Fine, we're almost there then. They've been surrounded by identical sidewalks in the whole time, so it's hard to figure out where they are exactly. There are parks and greenery all over the place, and Zack can't help but sigh at the sight. To be precise, we're already there. We're just heading for the gate. I didn't think my first visit to this place would be for this reason. A person can dream. Although the store manager is trying to keep his composure, Zack spots an odd smile on his face. So, you've thought about visiting this place before? Of course. Zack has never seen the store manager's eyes glaze over like that. There is an excitement about him, similar to a child in a candy store. In my line of academic work, this is the legendary place known as the South's largest treasure trove. After getting out of the car, we walk for almost 500 meters before we actually arrive at the school gates. The walk around the place goes on and on, seeming like it might never end. Tura Memorial High must be a sign of glory for Mato's spoiled parrots. The city's residents have built their own castle in the sky as a sign of pride. That's Tora Memorial High School for you. It goes far beyond anything that would be necessary for a middle school, but in terms of space and faculty. The school's artistic standard is among the best in the province, and its status in mathematics competitions isn't bad either. In the south, the name Tora Memorial equals excellence, and the student grades are only part of the equation. What with the huge investment in resources, the education students receive here is next to no other. However, that isn't the most impressive thing about it. Because of the school's long history, it has become a worldwide success. The graduates, scholars, and business tycoons associated with it are numerous. Even a couple of sons of famous warlords have attended this school. They don't just accumulate knowledge here, but many more practical things as well. In what has become a long-standing tradition, the school building has been expanded into a more special museum to house the various documents and objects donated by alumni. This isn't only for the sake of vanity. A variety of cultural relics have been the subject of numerous negotiations before it was agreed to keep them at the school. After all, it takes more than just a big building to preserve them properly. Researchers of the academic forefront have benefited greatly from these collections. As a result, it has gradually become a legendary place in certain circles. It would be preferable to not set foot in this school under the current circumstances, but you never know. All they can do now is sigh at the irony and take it one step at a time. I guess I was worried for nothing. Neko keeps muttering to herself and stretching her arms as they walk across the school grounds. You know your attitude is going to rough off on Jasmine. A lot of people will be arriving here over the next 2 days to prepare for the school festival. The janitor should know something about the school arrangements. Huh, really? Yeah, she seems to be pretty famous. We send Jasmine to the auditorium to prepare. She seems overly happy to begin rehearsals for the festival, as opposed to the rest of us who have to bury our heads in the investigation. Store manager, what can we do today? It looks like the celebrations haven't started yet. The actual festival date is the day after tomorrow, and students won't get much time off until then. Seniors seem to be free to decide whether they want to participate in the activities or study. After all, the teachers are attending the event, so they won't be giving any classes. That's right, so let's just get a feel for the place today. Classes will end early tomorrow, and in many places we'll only be able to check in then. I can't let the student find out what we're doing though, right? Correct. The client would prefer that nobody spots us going in and out of areas that have been closed off. Kids that age tend to question everything and aren't that easy to deal with. In this case, it'd be right to question what we're doing, though. Do you have any better ideas, Neko? No, it just feels like every time we go somewhere with you, the situation escalates somehow. You say that as if you're not partly responsible for that. Remember when we went to that village to retrieve a book? If you hadn't said the wrong thing at the wrong moment, we would have had that bookie within 5 minutes. In the end, Dan had to come out here and set things right. Huh, really? Hey, don't tell me you've forgotten that already. It was only 6 months ago. Blah blah blah, I'm just being honest. So what's the point of today? Let's make a map of the school grounds first. We have to have it done by the school festival, and we won't have as much free time tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, we should take a look at the playground, right? Yeah, road collapsed around there, and the place is surrounded by yellow tape now, so we'll have to see what's going on from a distance. Then there's the case of vandalism in the school building. It's probably just a case of, vandalism, but the fact that the floor was dug up goes beyond a regular person's abilities. The damaged desk and chairs have been replaced, but the walls and floor are still intact. But we can't go in while the students have classes, can we? According to the data, similar have been found near the history building and the library. Not many students hang around there, so we can check them out. As for the flattened animal carcasses that were found at the foot of the mountain, they won't have left them lying around. We need to search for other traces. Does flattened mean squashed? It can have been a truck because the place is surrounded by pedestrian areas. It's impossible to get through there with a vehicle. Sure enough, it's like the kid said. Manager, you seem to attract strange things. Why, yes, with the middle school approach us. Do you think you're better at catching simple thieves than those guys? Well, probably not. The fact that a district high school can actually issue tasers is an eye-opener. It's an eye-opener for me. That's why the problem has to be of a different nature. Come on, let's see what kind of unthinkable occurrences could be that even the school can fathom in. Where should we go next? Well, we should go to ending the stream. Because, oh boy, that, yeah, we're like a couple of minutes over time. Oh boy! Oh boy! Plot is happen. I wasn't expecting plot to happen. Well, I say that like I was expecting plot to happen. But I wasn't expecting fucked up time loop kind of situation plot happening. Like, that is new. I wasn't expecting that. Also, congrats to Justin for his transition. Sorry, I had to do it. Anyway, we're finishing here. Thank you very much for being here. Depending on how well my throat is after today, because it always ends up a little resented from all of the reading that I have to do with Hermitage. We'll play Hermitage again, otherwise we'll probably play something else. Probably Dave the Diver because the Godzilla DLC came out and I think I can access it. Sorry, I had to mute the mic because I had to sneeze. Yeah, the Godzilla DLC came out and I think I'm at a point in the game where I can access it, so we might do that. But anyway. Yeah, we'll see how my throat is tomorrow. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for, well, either Mother of that or something that won't make me have terrible throat pain the next day. Again, congrats to Justin for the transition. Bye everyone.